Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Tuesday, October 8th, 2024 City Council meeting. I'd like the city clerk to establish quorum and do the roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Councilmember Barton is not here yet. Councilmember Edwards?
Here.
Councilmember Ford?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Landrum?
Here.
And Mayor Wixom.
Here. Thank you. I see our fire department staffing here this evening. If I could ask Captain Hush to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us, Morro Bay Fire. We will begin by moving into our reports. Closed session report, Mr. Newmeyer.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. No closed session was held, so nothing to report.
That was easy. With that, we'll move into council member reports and announcements. I'm going to start out. I attended some meetings the last few weeks. The SLOCOG meeting last week on Wednesday. During that meeting, we talked about the update on Regional Road Safety Action Plan, and also on the VMT, known as Vehicle Miles Traveled, which is a new formula the state's using. And this county, because of being a rural county, is working on a mitigation plan. Had the opportunity to attend the Rotary fundraiser, which was a lot of fun. Thank you. It was a great evening out for a good cause. This week is National 4-H Week, October 6th through the 12th. I want to give a shout out to our Morro Bay 4-H Club that I've been a part of for 30 years. 4-H is open to all youth, ages 5 to 19. So if you're interested in finding out more about it, whether it's Morro Bay or anywhere in the county, please go to the county 4-H website. This week also is RTA's free ride-on. So any of the transit this week, if you need to get somewhere, get a free ride. Tomorrow is the Bike to School, so Del Mar will be celebrating that locally. So make sure you're watching out for all the youth, and hopefully if you have a bike at home, you'll consider biking to work. I want to do a shout out this evening to one of our community members who we've been missing the last few months, Terry Simons. We just want to let you know we all miss you and hope you're back soon, and wish you feeling better. Thank you. Passing on to my left.
I'm actually going to reserve some time for later, but it's great to see all of you here tonight. Thank you for being here.
I don't have any announcements this evening.
Me? Yep. Oh. I just have a couple. I attended the Harbor Advisory Board meeting last week, and let's see, some of the updates from that meeting are that the Morro Bay fishermen are in a lawsuit with Equinor over state water and the sonar testing that's being done. Let's see, there's lots of halibut being caught. The fishermen are all happy about halibut season, and I am too. And let's see, I think that's all from that meeting. I do want to say I was, to kind of tie into that, I was have been doing a lot of walking around the Embarcadero, and found myself on a dock on Saturday and started a conversation with a fisherman, and who I was asking about, because I keep hearing about fishing being not a kind of a dying out industry here in Morro Bay. And he was I will say, younger than the average fisherman that I'm used to seeing. And I asked him about that, and he said, that's absolutely a false narrative, and it's not true. A few minutes later, I ran into another fisherman and asked him the same thing. He was 30, and he said, I live in Cayucas, I'm married, and I'm supporting a family. So no, that's not true. So I just found that really interesting, and I want to remind people that that is not an industry that we should discount, and we should really it's our heritage, and we should, part of our heritage, and we should really remember that and not just write it off. Also, I'm going to be doing, I think I'm going to be doing my next town hall meeting this month on the 27th. I haven't fine-tuned that yet. And I'm kind of just announcing that. I think that's going to be on a focus on the waterfront. So stay tuned for that.
Councilmember Burton?
I just have a couple of things. I went to a countywide water meeting last week, and those are always so interesting because the people come from all over the county, and they all have different connections to water, and just very, very interesting meeting. Let's see, what else? I can't think of anything right off the top of my head. Spent a good long time this afternoon reading all the different, what do we have, the things that people are asking for help for their nonprofit. Wow, what a stack, but great stuff. So thank you, all of you who put something in, and congratulations ahead of time to those who will be awarded. So that's it.
Mayor, really quickly, I forgot to remind our citizens that this is the time of year when fraud is very, very common when it comes to like email fraud, when it comes to voter registration. And people have been I've been contacted several times, and people said, oh, I got this email, and it was like, you're registered to the wrong address or whatever, and click here. So I just want to encourage everyone, they'll slow down now because people's ballots are out and all of that, but just want to remind you to go to our county website or to the Secretary of State website to find out if if there's any inaccuracies there, but please don't click on those types of phishing emails and texts.
I forgot to mention too, this is a little bit in advance, but there will be a free training for licensed commercial fishers or those interested in fishing for FAST. It's called FAST, Fisherman First Aid and Safety Training, and that will, the address will be announced in the future. I'm just giving you a heads up. It's November 16th and 17th from 8:30 to 3:30, and it is, coming up. I think they're going to have it here if the Vets Hall isn't being updated. So that's the plan right now.
Thank you, everyone. So since we're all adding, I do have one more also. Monday, October 21st from 6:30 to 8 p.m. The League of Women Voters will be offering a program on civil discourse, their committee, and will host a nonpartisan educational forum designed to help community members feel more comfortable participating in public meetings, understand how they're run, and offering tips on how to improve listening and speaking skills that will make us more effective communicators. So that will be at the Morro Bay Community Center. There will be a flyer posted on the city website, and that is Monday, October 21st, 6:30 to 8. And with that, I will turn it over to our city manager, Ms. Kimball.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I do have a few things. First off, we have good news. The city has received a certificate of achievement for excellence in financial reporting for our last financial report for year ended June 30th, 2023. So this is the 6th year in a row that we're receiving this award. So it's good job, great job for the finance department. And And then on the community development, and as announced in the city's city manager update newsletter, the community development department is gearing up to send renewal letters for the short-term rental renewal letters out on November. And also the department also updated the website. There is a lot of good information on short-term rental, so please check it out. And then I also wanted to circle back to a code enforcement complaint was brought up during the public comment a few weeks ago, and the property on Trinidad has received some progress, and thanks to the community development director and his team. Lastly, I wanted to let City Council know that Public Works Director and I visited Mora Memo Center last week and to see their operation. It was an interesting, very interesting tour.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Subcommittee reports.
Mayor, we subcommittee have not met. None of the subcommittee met for the since last meeting.
Okay,
No report.
no reports. Thank you very much for that. With that, we will move into recognitions and presentations. And I'm going to start with, I hope I'm going to start with, proclamation for Lumina Alliance. I hope there's someone here. Thank you. I'll read this and then have you come up for a few minutes. Thank you. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay recognizing October 24th as Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that intimate partner violence is widespread and impacts every person in Morro Bay, and whereas Lumina Alliance provide essential life-saving services for survivors, their children, and families throughout San Luis Obispo County, including Morro Bay, and whereas domestic violence is a pattern of control in an intimate relationship where one person uses coercion and violence to gain power and control over his or her partner, whereas domestic violence can result in physical injury, psychological trauma, and even death. The devastating consequences of domestic violence can cross generations and can last a lifetime. Whereas there is a need to focus on the individualized needs of domestic violence survivors, whereas the marginalization of certain groups in society, including undocumented individuals, transgender individuals, and those living with disabilities, increases their vulnerability to intimate partner violence, whereas Lumina Alliance continues to provide a safe environment to those affected by domestic violence with a 24-hour crisis line, advocacy, therapy, transitional and emergency housing, and prevention education with the help of dedicated volunteers and professionals. Whereas Lumina Alliance has received over 2,000 calls to the crisis and information line, provide more than 6,000 collective nights for shelter clients, and provided more than 4,800 hours of therapy. Whereas Lumina Alliance serves as a bright light during dark times for survivors of intimate partner violence, illuminating a path towards safety and healing. Whereas the City of Morro Bay strongly supports the efforts of Lumina Alliance, how every segment of our society can work together to address intimate partner violence and how to help survivors connect with services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Morro Bay City Council does hereby recognize the important work done by domestic violence programs and do hereby proclaim the month of October to be National Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Thank you. And if you could come up.
Thanks. Oh, thank you very much. Beautiful. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for this proclamation. My name is Heather Mullen, and I'm the Development Director at Lumina Alliance. Lumina Alliance's mission is to empower those impacted by sexual and intimate partner violence through innovative advocacy, healing, and prevention programs. Our agency, though we have changed names, has supported survivors for over 40 years, and we continue to serve as a bright light during dark times for those in need. We offer a 24-hour crisis and information line, self-sufficiency services, legal referrals, accompaniment and advocacy, emergency shelters, transitional housing, individual and group therapy, and a robust prevention program. As previously mentioned, October is Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month, or DVAM. DVAM was launched in 1987 to unite organizations and people working to end domestic and intimate partner violence across the country. Over 30 years, DVAM continues to be a time for collaboration, advocacy, and connection with the goal of raising awareness about the impact of violence locally and nationwide. This year in particular, we look to shine a light on the hidden costs of intimate partner violence in our community, as well as those groups whose survivorship often goes unacknowledged. While we recognize that intimate partner violence can be experienced by anyone, certain age groups and individuals, such as undocumented individuals, transgender individuals, and those living with disability are uniquely vulnerable. Despite this, these groups are often the least likely to have access to services they need to heal and thrive, and the violence they experience is often in the shadows. This October, we are committed to illuminating the path towards a brighter future for all survivors. In honor of DVAM, Lumina Alliance has planned several events throughout the month, including for the Fashions for a Purpose event at the Adobe Cultural Center, which was last Saturday. And we will be partnering with the Palm Theater for a screening of Practical Magic on Friday, October 25th at 7 p.m. Also, October 10th at Meathead Movers in San Luis Obispo, we'll be holding a candlelit vigil from 6 to 7, and we'll have plenty of our local politicians present and speaking at that as well. Please remember, if you or anyone you know is experiencing sexual or intimate partner violence and needs help, please call 805-545-8888 to speak to one of our confidential advocates. In closing, we are so grateful for this proclamation and your ongoing support. On behalf of Lumina Alliance's Board of Directors, staff, and volunteers, we thank you for taking action this month to create a safe, thriving, and equitable community.
Thank you very much. Next recognition is just such a great honor, as this is a part of our community that we get to see every day out on our bay. This evening, we would like to recognize the Central Coast survivors. The City of Morro Bay is proud to honor and congratulate the members of the Central Coast survivors on their heroic efforts and tremendous success, securing 3 gold medals at the International Dragon Boat Federation Club Crew World Championship, held in Italy, September 3rd through the 8th, 2024. And we wanted an opportunity this evening to recognize you all. So if you would like to stand up, if you want to come up. We would love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We're really honored to represent Morro Bay on the world stage. We're a team, this particular team is an all-cancer survivor team, and but the Central Coast Survivors welcomes cancer survivors as well as cancer supporters. And we had a great time in Italy and bringing home the bling for our town. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we get a picture? Can we ask you to join us up front here for a picture, right in front? Come on, ma'am. All right. thank you all. We do appreciate your participation in representing our community. We're very proud. The third presentation is going to be a Zoom from our provider 3CE.
Well, hello. It took me a moment to get set up here. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, City of Morro Bay staff, and community. My name is Judy Young. I'm the Senior Customer Accounts Manager with Central Coast Community Energy. And I thank you for the opportunity to be here and present tonight our annual update. So I'm quickly going to go over who 3CE is because not everyone knows. We are a new type of government agency. We were formed about 6 years ago when all of these cities and counties came together and said, what if we purchased the electricity to serve our region? Could we do it better? As a local public agency, could we be competitive in price, make greater progress on renewables, and provide investment back into our communities? And I'm here tonight to show you how we are doing and what benefits are being offered right here in the City of Morro Bay. So as our agency has grown, our investment in our communities has increased. Our budget for community energy programs in fiscal year 23-24 is over $16.8 million, which are dollars that are available to the city and to your constituents to help reduce emissions by electrifying vehicles and buildings. To date, on behalf of all of the cities and counties that we serve, we have invested $4.5 billion in new renewable energy and energy storage projects, which are making the grid cleaner and helping the environment by reducing fossil fuels. Some of those projects include new technologies that are pushing the envelope towards 100% clean and renewable power, like a compressed air energy storage project, which will be the largest in the world of its kind. We're very proud of that. And in the photo here, this is a geothermal project in Mammoth Lakes, the first new geothermal project to serve the state of California in 30 years. We have power purchase agreements in negotiation or in place to cover 80% of our annual load with renewable energy. The challenges in bringing these projects online in a timely manner due to the current backlog in California around permitting and grid connection and delays in transmission upgrades. And yet, so much progress is being made. If you haven't heard, the amount of renewable energy on the grid has been exceeding customer demand in California on nearly a daily basis this spring and summer for as many as 9 hours a day. And in fact, for 100 consecutive days this year, and for at least part of the day, the state ran on 100% renewable carbon-free electricity. So that's very exciting. This is a huge accomplishment, and agencies like 3CE, along with our municipal partners like the City of Morro Bay, are very much a part of the reason why. So not only are the renewable projects we've contracted with contributing to the solution, but they are also achieving cost savings for our customers. And because of a decision by our policy board last year, these projects are being evaluated based on their commitment to local community engagement, environmental protection, and workforce support. In addition to providing clean power, I also talked about providing direct investment. Some of our recent projects include an all-electric school bus for San Luis Coastal Unified School District and funding for the inaugural Clean Air Express bus that serves riders in Santa Maria. All of these projects are reducing emissions that bring serious health impacts. We're helping to clean the air, protect the environment, and build better health outcomes for our communities. To reduce emissions in the built environment, our new construction electrification program supports affordable housing projects, including the 207 Higuera mixed-use project that combined market rate apartments, an affordable apartment, and commercial space. And because the developer chose to make this project all electric, we were able to provide $33,000 towards his expenses. We also provided funding for 80 all-electric homes, including 2 affordable townhomes, and incentivized the installation of 60 HVAC units for the downtown terrace in San Luis Obispo. We've committed support this year for 200 new units of affordable all-electric housing projects through multiple projects with completion dates ranging from this year through 2026. Here's a summary of the residential, commercial, and ag rebates available to our customers, including the very popular Electrify Your Ride, which provides rebates for new and used EVs, chargers, and panel upgrades. And I also have a brand new incentive to tell you about tonight, our residential battery program, rebate program, which when stacked with other incentives covers between 60 and 100% of the purchase and installation cost for a home battery, depending on income level. So specifically in the city of Morro Bay, 3CE has invested nearly $250,000 through our energy programs, including an all-electric ADU $5,000 rebate there. So I want to emphasize the energy programs that are available to the city itself. As you know, California has strict mandates for the electrification of fleets. We understand that this is a major undertaking for local governments, and we're here to help. We have funding to help you plan how you're going to make the transition to all electric, how many EVs you'll need to purchase and when and where your vehicles will charge. And after your plan is complete, we have funding to help pay for the vehicles and the charging infrastructure that you'll need. We also offer funding to help adopt REACH codes, which go beyond state requirements to drive lower emissions in buildings. I host a quarterly call for staff from all of our member agencies where I go over all of these opportunities. And if any of you would like to learn more about what we offer, we're happy to provide more information or set up a meeting. So the last thing I will add tonight for the public is that the applications for all of these programs and rebates are available on our website. Go there to apply for these rebates and incentives that are available to all of our customers, including those to help purchase heat pump water heaters and HVAC systems. I hope I provided a good picture of what our agency is doing to bring clean energy and community investment to the city of Morro Bay. In closing, on behalf of everyone at 3CE, we thank you for the opportunity to be your local electricity generation provider, to support you and be your partner. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, any questions? No, thank you very much. We appreciate, just to share with the public, we in Morro Bay share a seat on the board with San Luis Obispo. For the past 6 years, San Luis, we passed on our rotation, and we will be taking our rotation this year, but the two cities work together along with other joint cities in the county for advocacy. So thank you for the presentation.
Mayor, if I may just add one.
Yes, please.
more. Thank you. I want to let Judy know that I attended that quarterly program update that happened last week. It was very informative. And while we're taking our rotation next year, I think City of Morro Bay will be more involved with 3CE's programs.
Thank you, Judy. With that, we will move on to public comment. I have a handful of speaker slips I'm going to start with, and then public comment will be open to those without speaker slips. They are not required. If you did not fill one out, don't worry. I will start with Glenn Silloway, followed by Gary Johnson, followed by Steve Page.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thanks for letting me lead off. My name is Glenn Silloway. I live in Morro Bay. I'm here tonight to ask everyone to vote no on Measure 824. I will summarize why, although others have made these same points before me, and I think you're all familiar with them. First, we all know now that no on 824 will not stop the battery plant, but it will remove Morro Bay from consideration of the decision. If A24 passes, the immediate impact is that the City Council will be removed from the battery plant discussion. It will not in any way enhance the Council's authority with respect to state agencies. It terminates the Council's role in the battery project. If Vistra chooses to go to the state for a permit via AB 205 process, which it can do at any time, the final decision will be made by politically appointed commissioners at the California Energy Commission and the Coastal Commission, and they are all committed to achieving the state's goal of 100% renewable energy by 2045. No one can state for sure what the outcome will be for this process, but there is a strong chance the battery project would be permitted. Morro Bay will have limited access in this process to influence the outcome in the final decision-making. These state agencies will take a state or regional perspective in negotiating community benefits. More generally, A24 is bad policy because it takes away the City Council's authority over decisions on future land use over 4 prime parcels and leaves them to a vote of the people. This slow and expensive process will squelch future developments on these parcels, some of which are toxic and some of which are deed restricted to prohibit visitor-serving uses pending remediation at a time when we need more revenue. Vote no on A24. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Mayor, City Council, and especially our police department and our fire department. I encourage you to vote yes on 24. Now, when I first started reading about a company coming into Morro Bay to put in and build a lithium storage facility in Morro Bay, I started reading literature for the last several years. However, you've heard me many times talk about this, but during that time, I found that there's serious problems with lithium storage facilities. For example, I found that Arizona, South Korea, France, around the world were having problems at that time. The lithium storage facilities failures, they have to evacuate the people, everyone that failed, for fear of toxic materials in the air. Even recently, there have been lithium-ion storage facilities. For example, in California, we've had 4. Every one of them had problems in those systems, and every one had to evacuate people for fear of toxic materials. And guess what? This same system is proposed to put out here. So what do you think is going to happen to us when they go in? My opinion, I feel we are losing our lovely community to see as we see it today, to outside developers, politicians, and the federal government, that they want to build a lithium facility here in our community, along with the wind generators. Now, Mayor, City Council, Planning, and citizens of Morro Bay, we have to take charge for our community. Let us decide what we want to develop in our community, not to let Sacramento and the county and other entities to come here and tell us what we have to develop. Let's fight for it by voting yes on 24. That will prevent changing the zoning from a community serving, which we could have a beautiful place out there, parks and roads and all that neat stuff. And let's see, I lost my thought. Let's fight for it, and we'll prevent changing the zoning. After 2 major lithium-ion facilities that happened in San Diego County, the supervisors put it on delay. They do not want, they voted to further not to develop any ion facilities in their county until they can straighten this mess out. Also, there's a new system put in. Manistee, town of Manistee, the world's largest system's going in there by the end of the year. Hey, thank you for listening. Have a great day and evening. Thank you.
I'm going to read it verbatim, and could you please follow? Thanks. Hello, dear City Council. I have in my last presentation given you the link to the Federal GHG Protocol Scoping 3 Handbook at the following web location. This handbook should be our energy Bible. In Visra's GHG statement for 2023, Visra has ignored Scoping 3 Protocol energy accounting entirely. Here's their corporate GHG accounting screenshot. Second, using Scoping 3 indirect CO2 loss analysis and CO2 grams per kilowatt hour should be our first and foremost priority for this project. By omission, Visra, PG&E property owners, and the Morro Bay Planning Department have no idea of the true CO2 consumption of this project. I suspect this omission is on purpose. 3, ChatGPT can give you an informed guess as to why. It is great at math. What AI computes for you is that the total project creates way too much CO2. First, let's compare the grams per kilowatt hour of all forms of energy in the following graph. Note how natural gas power plants are 400 to 600 grams per kilowatt hour total life cycle cost. According to ChatGPT, when wind farms are coupled with lithium battery storage, they become shockingly high CO2 pollution contributors at 315 kilograms per kilowatt hour, almost equal to the natural gas power plant at contemporary efficiencies. This is consistent with Forbes magazine's article on the subject. And the Forbes magazine article says 330 grams per kilowatt hour. ChatGPT and Forbes were also consistent with the best EROEI, or Energy Return on Energy Investment calculations from the Stanford University undergraduate GHG coursebook. Any EROEI, any energy returned on energy invested below 7 is a bad dollar and CO2 investment. Energy returned on energy invested at 3.9 is a disaster for ratepayers and with little CO2 savings due to the complicated and expensive infrastructure. Council members, Visra doesn't want you to see these facts. That's why they ignore Scoping 3. My blessings to the City Council, and thank you for your time. And please take the opportunity to read the PDF of the Scoping 3, because it has to do with the whole of what CO2 use is for the project. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, I have Chuck Stroll, followed by Rachel Wilson, followed by Marlis McPherson.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Stoll. I'm a resident here of Morro Bay. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I have a different topic, though, thank goodness, right now. I'd like you to be aware, of course, once again, I'm sure most of you are, that the Lions Club uses this facility every Monday night. We are very proud of the fact that we've served about 35,000 meals here over the years, and this allows us, of course, to entertain some people. We have a lot of food and a lot of clothes and a lot of haircuts. Mike's Barbershop does that for us. That's very nice. But we're concerned that we need a little bit of help in the use of the facility with regard to refrigeration. We recently applied for and received a grant from CDFA, from the California Department of Food and Agriculture. And that was a $9,000 grant, which we purchased refrigeration units that we could put here in the Vets Hall. And we'd like to donate those to the city. And in return, we were hoping and would appreciate it if you could put the old unit, refrigeration unit, up in the community center so we can utilize that for rescue food. And also, hopefully, you could use it for your tenants that actually rent the community center. You may not be aware, but The facility up there, the refrigeration units are pretty old, and we have Meals that Connect that use those facilities, and they could use an extra refrigeration unit. We collect rescue food on a regular basis around the entire area. There are 6 different places that we collect that rescue food, and we hate to waste it, so we'd like to be able to use that storage. In addition to that, you're well aware that we host, along with the city, of course, we host the Thanksgiving dinner to actually prepare and serve those 700 meals that we give out on Christmas, on Thanksgiving, also Christmas, by the way. On Thanksgiving, we really do need that refrigeration unit. Either that or we're going to have to rent one, and that's another cost that's unnecessary because hopefully we can have that refrigeration unit in the community center. I want to thank especially a couple individuals who have worked tirelessly to help us, not only here at the Vets Hall, but also in the community center, and they're employees of yours, and those are JR and Josh, outstanding individuals, and we really appreciate it, along with Carlos.
Thank you.
That was 3 minutes?
That was it. Thank you.
Really? Are you sure? No. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Rachel? Trying to keep it rolling, trying to keep it rolling.
All right, thank you. 2 weeks ago at about 9:15, I tried to explain some things on the offsite consequence analysis. And so anyway, after that, I did a little more research, and I talked to an air quality specialist, and this is what I was told. That location where the data was collected does matter. This is a regional air quality specialist who told me this. So when Rincon did their report for Vistra, they said that there were the 2 closest stations happened to be Oceano and San Luis Obispo Airport. Well, as this map shows, there's one right at the proposed best site. Next slide, please. If you look at the data between the 3 slides, they look virtually identical. They're made by the same company, San Luis Obispo, Oceano County, and Morro Bay. So my question is, why didn't Ramboll even acknowledge the Morro Bay weather station? Next slide, please. So I checked to see the quality of the data of the Morro Bay data weather quality station. And it has great quality or good quality, and they say it's run by Cal Poly students. It provides reliable data on standard weather parameters like wind speed, direction, relative humidity, air temperature, pressure, and solar radiation. So it provides reliable data. The same site said that the data at San Luis Obispo Airport was not as reliable because of all of the pavement and the buildings and things that can affect this data. Next slide, please. The worst case scenario that they talked about did not use canned data. I thought last time the data was canned. But according on page 56, they said the screening meteorological data set is generated using site-specific inputs, such as minimum and maximum hourly temperature, minimum wind speed, and surface characteristics, and that they use these from the San Luis Obispo Regional Airport, not Morro Bay. Now notice the maximum temperature they're talking about in this is 116 degrees. I don't have air conditioning. I would know if it hit 116 degrees in this area. Next slide, please. So in Morro Bay, they say the temperature varies between 44 to 74 degrees and is rarely below 37 degrees or above 83 degrees. Temperature in Oceano has been up to 106 degrees, and San Luis Obispo actually has been up to 117 degrees. So their weather is substantially different than ours. Next slide, please. Why does this make a difference? Hot smoke in hot air rises and disperses quickly. It doesn't stay down where we are. When it's cold, like next to fire, the smoke stays down at our area. Thank you.
After Marlis, I have two more slips, Linda Winters, followed by Aaron Oaks.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marlis McPherson. I'm the principal officer of Morro Bay Citizens Opposed to Measure A24. I'm here tonight because the sponsors of A24 decry the support the no side is getting from outside interests. I want to explain who is contributing to our campaign and why. The financial support we have received reflects serious concerns from organized labor and well-respected environmental organizations. They don't like that A24 will prevent the City Council from doing its job, and they don't like the misrepresentations being made about green energy and technology. They believe this campaign is about the goals of the environmental movement and the truth about green technology. We do not take a position on Vistra's planned battery storage facility, the BESS. The Yes folks have used fear and intimidation to forestall a full public discussion of the pros and cons, risks and benefits of the project. We believe that discussion is necessary, and if A24 passes, it will never happen. Vistra will go to the state for a permit. We oppose the measure because it is bad public policy to take land use decisions away from our duly elected City Council, especially when the city needs more revenue. Rather than discouraging economic development, which this initiative does, we need more of it so we can survive as a city. This is about the future of Morro Bay and who controls it. We have not accepted any money or support from Vistra, oil companies, or dark money, and we've complied fully with all of the FPPC campaign financing requirements. We did not solicit outside money. We were approached by nonprofit climate action groups offering to contribute money and in-kind services. Much of the contributions are in-kind, not cash. We investigated to ensure these groups are legitimate. We said we would accept their help only if we controlled campaign strategy and messaging, which we have done. We needed their help because the Yes on A24 campaign has had a 1.5 year head start. But voters need to know that voting yes will not stop the BESS, and that the rosy picture painted by A24 of visitors serving activities on the old power plant site is pure fantasy. As we were told, part of it's contaminated and the rest is deed restricted. The yes proponents don't want the City Council to exercise its responsibility, so they mislead the voters about the most important aspects of this campaign. We believe you, our elected officials, are in the best position to negotiate with Vistra about BESS. Equally important, you need to maintain your legitimate authority to consider all future development opportunities for the site. But the most disappointing fact about the Yes campaign is that it undermines the public's trust in government. Basically, Yes on A24 proponents are saying that they don't trust our elected City Council members to make the best decisions for our city. That takes us down a very dangerous path. I urge everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Good evening. I am not speaking about the BESS. Mayor, council, city staff, and the chiefs. I am Linda Winters, the 30-year resident. Firstly, my heart goes out to everyone in the path of the second hurricane in as many weeks hitting Florida and beyond. I pray for their safety. When we met last, we had a Girl Scout troop here that led us in the salute to the flag. And then a future public speaker suggesting a beach park away from the waves, but at the beach. Her parents should be very proud of their future concerned citizen, a registered voter for sure. Speaking of registered voters, I gave you a number of voters here in Morro Bay, 7,980. I know there are at least 2 more on my watch. If any of you saw the evening news on KSBY last night, you may have seen Laura Van Zee, Morro Bay High School government teacher. She has successfully sparked a fire under her students to realize the importance of being a registered voter. She preaches the importance of starting at this local level, This is where it all begins. She has managed to get pre-registration of 28% of the Morro Bay High School students. That is incredible. My kudos to her. I am so proud to be a part of this 7,980 registered voters. I repeat, your vote is your voice. If you don't vote, you have no voice. And one more thing, the next number, 29 more days until after the election, when maybe we will know what our next steps will be. I'll see you all on October 22nd, our next City Council meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council and staff. My name is Aaron Oakes of Morro Bay, and I want to take the opportunity to address the City Council and the public watching at home and discuss Measure 824 and talk about what it is and what it isn't. The stakes have never been higher in Morro Bay, and it's up to the people to have the power in the palm of their hand and vote yes on 824. And the reason being is that it's not that we don't trust the City Council. It's just that this is a critical decision about the future of our community, about the future of the Embarcadero. And what Measure 824 is giving the people an equal platform with the City Council, working in tandem with the City Council on such crucial land use decisions. Measure 824 is about empowering the community to amend and support Plan Morro Bay, which is a general plan that the community carefully crafted and supported and vetted over the past 7 years. Plan Morro Bay is something that supporters and opponents of 824 came together to support and champion. It went all the way up to the California Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission wholeheartedly approved this plan. Measure 824 merely upholds the tenets that were provided in Plan Morro Bay. So this is not a change in land use policy. What Mr. Silloway said a few minutes ago was a lie, that the City Council is cut from the negotiations. The measure never discusses that. The City Council is a co-equal partner with the community to enact sound policy and have green energy that is safe and that is efficient and that is compatible with the city of Morro Bay. What we've learned over the past 30 days is that opponents of 824 did take dark money. Those organizations do sound nice, and they may do great things, but we don't know who donated to them. We don't know the causation, the chain effect between the donor, the organization, and then the organization reaching out to opponents of 824. So that's what dark money is, by definition. That is, the chain of command of donations is lost. Opponents of 824 have not been transparent. In fact, they have attacked the community over and over again. Mr. Silloway and Ms. McPherson have said the working class are too uninformed to vote on this. The democracy is messy, but it's necessary. Thank you.
Public comment is open for those, I'm sorry, Mr. Silloway. No.
If I get called out by
No.
name like that, I should be able to speak.
Mr. Silloway, I'm sorry. Public comment is open to those who have public comment on items not on the agenda or items you cannot stay for.
Sorry, I forgot to turn in a slip. I'm Janice Peters, Morro Bay resident. I want to change the subject a little bit and invite you all to come to see By the Sea Productions' next show called The Outsider. This is about a governor, well, as a lieutenant governor, who suddenly becomes governor unexpectedly because the governor was a bad guy and does not have any capability of speaking in public. So this ragtag committee comes together to teach him politics. It is entirely nonpartisan. It is entirely silly. It is entirely fun. And we thought it would be entirely entertaining during election season. So we encourage you all to come. It opens this Friday. It plays through the 27th of this month on Friday and Saturday at 7 and on Sundays at 3. So we would love to see all of you there. Where do I hold that so the camera can see me? And you'll have a lot of fun, I guarantee. Now that I have a couple of minutes on A24. I was on the council, and I know what it's like trying to find out from your community what they want on something big and important. I was on it when we switched the power plant over. There was a lot of things that happened, the water treatment plant. It's very difficult for any member of the council to find out the majority feeling from the community. What A24 does is give the majority the chance to inform the council and agencies of what we feel collectively want for Morro Bay, the safety that we want, the beauty that we want, the preservation of our community that we want, and not putting it at risk. So for that reason, and many others, I say yes on A24. Thank you.
One year yesterday of the Al-Aqsa flood, showing the world the weakness, inefficacy, cruelty, and lies of Western imperialism. In less than 4 weeks, we pick which flavor of violence and deceit we'd like to put up with for the foreseeable future. As an amateur philosopher, I like to think of U.S. politics in terms of the trolley problem. Pulling the lever won't divert the trolley, but it will change it from red to blue. I'm a firm believer in the importance of personal responsibility. The first time I was old enough to vote, I relished the opportunity. I wasn't too pleased with having to pick between 2 varieties of evil, but at least I was responsible. Thankfully, my candidate didn't win. Despite this, I still felt sick at having added my voice to the support of such a heinous person. The next election, I voted for the ghost of Martin Luther King Jr. Now, for the first time in my life, I choose not to give up my agency for any promise of a better life as a slave freed from responsibility. I will be the first to tell you that the world doesn't care about any of us. Life will chew you up and spit you out. You will not survive. I had this collar made for me as a reminder that I will never be free so long as I live. The scars upon my body and soul are the chains that bind me to my pain. I have spent enough of my life living as a ghost, hoping that another would use what power they had taken to ease my suffering. I was told that if I allowed my betters to take what they wanted, my new masters would take pity on me and give me the scraps from their table. I think they called it trickle-down economics. I've really enjoyed talking to the folks from the yes and no on A24 groups. Unfortunately, I was never really sure which way to go. I had problems with both of them, and I wasn't even going to be voting on the BES itself anyway. Thankfully, my dogged pursuit of the facts are finally feeling like they've paid off. The representative from one group didn't like my questions and ran me off. And the person from the other group laughed in my face for my suggestion that they rely more on the kindness of their neighbors. What I finally remembered was that all of these people believe in the same thing. They may think they disagree, but they both expect their saviors to swoop down and smite their enemies. They both answer the same when I ask one question in particular. At what point will you conclude that methods outside the established system are required? Their answer, never.
Anyone else for public comment? Items not on the agenda.
My name's Betty Winholtz, and I want to take a minute to, if we had a overhead, to show you that the El Chorro Regional Dog Park is having their 23rd anniversary this Saturday. So for those of you who have dogs and you want to come out, we have free food for humans, free food for dogs. And if you want to, we're doing a thing called Paint Your Dog. And that will be where you either have a photo in your phone or you bring one. And this artist ladies has showed us how to fold it out, and then you paint that image or in some beautiful fashion. I can't imagine me doing a good artwork, but that's what's happening. It's this Saturday. It's at 10 o'clock, I believe, until noon, and we hope that you'll come out October 12th. I take that back. It's 10:30 until 2:30. Also, I would like to speak to A24. I thought it convenient that one of the writers for the public comment today wrote in and made this comment, quote unquote, it takes away authority from the City Council and gives it to the Energy Commission and to the Coastal Commission, as was mentioned orally here a few minutes ago. And A24 only comes into effect if the City Council, after doing its job, so your job's not taken away, only if you choose to go against the current general plan. At that point, then the city residents become involved, and they get to say, we agree with the City Council, should go against the general plan, or we disagree with them, and they need to stick with the general plan. So it does not take your authority away. It lets us kind of be a watchdog on you. And the other comment that was made in the note was that it takes away your ability to negotiate either, in other words, community benefits. That's built into 205, that's never taken away, whether it's done here locally with or without going to the CEC, or if it goes to the CEC. So I think it's real important to clarify those two positions.
Natalia Mirzoyan. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. I am talking about A24 because that seems to be the dominant theme tonight. And I'm in favor of a yes on 24. And I'm very disturbed that someone, at least one person, got up here today and contradicted what her literature says. And that was Marlis McPherson, because she said she was against A24, but her literature says her organization, No on 24, does not take any position on the battery plant. So I'm disappointed in that, and without resorting to calling her dishonest, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I think it's part of a democracy for the people to stay involved. I don't think it needs to be just the City Council. I think there are a lot of very dedicated people that come to your City Council on a regular basis to do their duty as citizens, to inform you of what they desire. And also, one of the council members last week denied that she made a donation to the No on 24, and that turned out to be untrue. So that group is very disturbing from the get-go when they initiated their little midnight plan with Vistra without the knowledge of the people. And that council was John Heading, I think Clara Barton, and Don Addis. I don't know the entire group, but I'm certainly glad that our council has emerged more in light. So thank you.
Hello, good evening. Nicole Dorfman, resident of Morro Bay. And I'm going to take my time here to try to clear up some misunderstandings regarding 824. First off, deep-pocketed East Coast organizations have flooded the No campaign with about $70,000 to influence your vote. This alone is nearly 7 times the amount of money that the Yes Group has collected, all from local residents. When I questioned folks on the No side about this, they claimed the money was all from environmental groups and therefore okay. But sadly, this is just not true. In researching one of the donor organizations, here is what I learned. The Local Jobs and Economic Development Fund, located in Delaware, donated nearly $50,000. They are funded by massive organizations such as the Tides Foundation, which has nearly $1 billion in assets and, oddly, no employees. Tides is funded by other corporate entities, some of which are vocal about aiming to, in quotes, transform energy markets and the like. Tides also allows for donor-advised funds, which means that the money could potentially have been donated by Vistra to Tides and then laundered through the Local Jobs and Economic Development Fund to land in our town to influence the election anonymously. Tides is also funded by various corporate interests who donate to it through other so-called charitable organizations, such as the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, which itself is funded by the likes of Charles Schwab and the Vanguard Group, which happens to be the second largest investment firm in the world. Both Schwab and Vanguard are heavily invested in and profit from the production and transmission of energy systems, including batteries and wind. This is dark money at its finest, paid for by corporate interests to influence our election in a way to facilitate industrialization of our town and waterfront in order to enhance corporate profits. I hope the voters of Morro Bay won't be fooled by this egregious greenwashing. Secondly, I must address the matter of the letter from the local Sierra Club sent out by the No campaign, urging people to vote against 824 because of climate change and the need for, in quotes, responsible development of clean energy infrastructure. It's hard to imagine that the author of the letter has even visited the site of the proposed BESS, and it is clearly not a responsible location for this project. Furthermore, I'm sorry to report that the National Sierra Club was bought out and captured by corporate interests years ago. In the last decade, they received hundreds of millions of dollars from entities such as the Bloomberg Family Foundation and the Sea Change Foundation, which are both intimately involved with corporations that profit from renewable energy, such as those who research and construct offshore wind projects. Keep in mind, these are the same companies who profit from gas and oil projects. Don't let big money and corporate interests influence your vote. Support the home team. Vote yes on 824.
Good evening, Bill Martini. Yeah, first off, I would also recommend people vote yes on 824. And again, one of the reasons on my thought process is I'm not against the battery plant, it's just the wrong location, and 824 just locks in the current zoning that wouldn't allow the battery plant in that location. And it might encourage Vistra to actually look for a different location, even if it's in this community. All they have to do is be underneath the high power lines. They don't have to be right at the plant. And there's safer locations inland, even the 30 acres that the city owns next to the wastewater treatment plant would be conducive, where you could possibly talk to Vistra and say, look, we have this land that's exchanged, this land for the proposed battery plant, which would be in a flood zone or a tsunami zone, which doesn't make sense. The other thing is I read where it's the information out there was going to cost $30 million to clean up the site if this isn't, done, Vistra and that. I talked to representatives of Vistra when they had a meeting in Morro Bay, God, it's maybe been a year ago. And I asked them, what would it cost to clean up, take down the 3 stacks, and also to clean up the asbestos in the main plant? Because this $30–40 million that had been floating around, their representatives said, number one, we have equipment that sits on top of the stack, it grinds, it implodes inside, and that can be done for $1 million a stack. As far as the asbestos, their estimate was $1 million. So unless there's massive pollution in the ground to actually clean up asbestos, take down the stacks, you're talking $4 million, you're not talking 30. So I just wanted to clarify the misunderstanding that's going to be way over the city's budget or anyone's budget to clean up the property. If there's pollution in the ground, then that's PG&E or the previous owner's responsibility in either respect. If you're recharging your water into the basin next to this pollution, you have a big problem. So I don't know if there's pollution in the ground. I heard it's not an issue, but the power plant itself is not a big ticket item. Again, recommend yes vote, and all it does is lock in the current zoning and gives everyone time to breathe and for visitors to possibly look for a more conducive location, even inside the city sphere of influence, to keep it in this area but off the flood tsunami zone. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on items not on the agenda?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and citizens. My name is Jeff Eccles, a resident of North Morro Bay. You know, I grew up in a big family. I was blessed to have 3 brothers and 1 sister. There were 5 of us. And sometimes, and my closest brother to me was only about 20 months away in age. And when you're that close, you fight. just a fact of life. And as I'm listening to my fellow residents and community members speak tonight, it just made me think about growing up. And we loved each other, my brothers and my sister, we loved each other, but sometimes, man, we would just go at it. But my mom and my dad would sit us down after some big blowouts and say, you know, it's all right to have your differing opinions. It's all right to go at it. The boys back then, we actually used to go to fisticuffs. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, you always have each other's back. You always stand up for each other. You always do what's right for the family. And so I just want to express a reminder that the motivations, I think, for every individual that came up to this podium tonight, the motivation is for the betterment of our city and our community, for the betterment of Morro Bay. We have differing opinions on how to get there, but I would like to believe that that's the motivation of each person. That said, I would ask my fellow residents to respect differing opinions and to respect that underlying motivation. We each have our truth. I would love to see folks speak more about their side of the argument and not what the other side is thinking or what the other side does, because really at the end of the day we can only speak to our own truth. I will say that with regard to A24, my truth is that I wholeheartedly support it. I think a yes vote in A24 is in order, mostly because it's the voice of the people. I'll never have a problem with respecting the voice of our community, and that's what this does as a citizens' initiative, is it allows the people's voice to be heard. But I'll just remind us all that come November 6th, the election will be behind us, and we're still a family. We'll still work together, we'll still love one another, and at that time it'll be time for us to move forward. So thank you all.
Anyone else? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. We have one raised hand in the queue. Judy Lynn, I would allow you to speak.
Hello, City Council.
and staff and audience. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I was very saddened by the scare tactics I just heard from the No on A24 campaign. Here are facts. PG&E retains liability for the toxic cleanup. Deed restrictions are not infinite. They can be litigated successfully. DTSC will help with the process of the cleanup. Yes on A24 does not undermine the City Council, as they will still weigh in and advise residents on any proposal that requires rezoning specified the land use. Our esteemed council will vote alongside our residents. We do not need toxic gas releasing industry to survive financially in this city. We have our natural beauty. We have a community that loves Morro Bay and wants to invite visitors here to see all of our beauty, our environment, our wildlife, our waves, our surfers, our boaters. People will help us financially. Please protect that. Thank you.
If there are no more hands in the queue, AGP?
There are no more raised hands.
Thank you. With that, I will bring it back, close public comment. Thank you all for your comments this evening. Mr. Eccles, thank you for a reminder of civility for all of us. I have one speaker that I'd like to address, and that is regarding the facility use that Chuck brought up. And I have been talking with staff, and I'd just like Mr. Kwolek to respond to that very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wixom, for the opportunity to respond to that comment. And we are aware of Mr. Stoll's request on behalf of the Morro Bay Lions Club. We did receive that, and I believe he asked us to get back to him towards the end of this week. And so staff will be reviewing that specific request about utilization of the refrigerator during the Thanksgiving dinner. And again, we'll get back to him based on the timeline he submitted to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwolek. We have 3 items on the consent agenda: approval of the minutes, approval of a proclamation, and adoption of a resolution. I'm going to open public comment, and it is on those 3 items only.
Betty Winholtz, I'd like to speak to 7C, which is about the recordings. This was kind of a difficult graph, and it's not a graph, a table to interpret. It has abbreviations and different things in it. So I just want to ask and get maybe some clear answers. That my concern is about access to information, particularly old information. And I saw several times that it says in the record that historical records are preserved, and that's great. How does the public access those? For example, when I want to compare the new zoning code against the old zoning code, I can only find the new zoning code online. So then must I go through the city clerk and make a records request to find out what that is? Or is there a way that we'll still be able to access that online? I think that I read this, that both property records, whether they're business related or single family, that all those are preserved, because we know properties change hands, and what was good in 1960 may be different in 2030. And so I'm assuming those good records are all still there, as I think I interpret them to be. But I guess my main question then is about access. And then the second thing was about recordings. And I know that they're now put on YouTube. But really old recordings, like when we first started this back in 2001 and so, or even prior to that, how are those accessed? And so is the city keeping those? Does AGP keep those? How do we know how we can access those things or really old city council minutes. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on items on the consent agenda? AGP, are there any raised hands?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. There are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment on the consent agenda and bring it back to council. And I will ask our city clerk, Ms. Swanson, if there is any response you can provide regarding access to historical information, the new versus the older archived.
There was a lot to unpack in that. Information not currently on the city website, if it's not easily found, I think maybe Marilyn may want to speak to this too, that has a permanent retention. The most efficient way is to go through the city clerk and or the department staff to request access to those documents. And many of the documents she mentioned have permanent retention, like city council meeting minutes, the building records. I'm sure the former zoning codes are still available. So what the retention schedule does is prevent staff from destroying documents that are required to be maintained and made available to the public upon request. Does that answer the question?
So you potentially may need to do a public records request for it. Okay, thank you for the clarification on that.
So I would just add, since the zoning code was specifically mentioned, so the old zoning code is currently available on the Community Development Department's website.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Since we're asking questions, could I ask a question about that?
No. On what?
On 7C?
Oh, yes.
Since we are into this, she also asked about the videos.
The videos are uploaded, meeting videos are currently uploaded to YouTube for accessibility, but we have no control over whether or not YouTube chooses to delete that account. So all of the videos are also maintained in accordance with their retention and likely longer on DVDs. And I believe AGP also keeps them, but the city clerk's office maintains those records as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I just had, how much, because of this item, how much in anticipated savings are we expecting with this?
The savings will occur over time. We currently store well over 1,000 boxes of records at DocuTeam or VRC, as it's now called, in San Luis Obispo. Many of those records are obsolete and don't have to be maintained. It costs about $20,000 just a year just to store them. But it's, of course, a slow process to carefully go through them to be sure you maintain what, the historical records, the property records, and the things that need to be kept, and then ideally scan them so they're more readily available to the public. So the storage could eventually go away. We could eventually create more office space by clearing out records that are no longer need to be kept. But that's a long process. So.
Okay, all right, thank you.
AGP, Bob, did you want to add something for AGP? Thank you.
Yeah, so we also maintain a record of everything that we do with all of our recordings. We primarily have audio recordings for all the city council meetings from when we started. So if we had an idea of what was needed, we could definitely take the chance to look to find it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. If there are no other questions, I will move approval of the consent agenda and ask for a second.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it. Thank
that
you.
was second.
Both
Thank
of you,
you.
both of them.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We have no public hearing items. We have 3 business items. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're going to resume the meeting. Hello? Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our business item. First up this evening, business item 9A, Vets Hall Building Audio and Visual Upgrade Options. This will be the Public Works Department, and this was an item that was on our goals. Mr. Kwolek.
Thank you, Mayor. We're just pulling up the presentation, and I promised to keep this somewhat short, but anything that is sped through, please feel free to stop me and ask questions. And before I begin, I have Mr. Connor Vacher here from Bill Gaines Audio out of San Luis Obispo. He's been something of an owner's advisor, and we have Bill Gaines Audio on contract. It's an inexpensive contract just to get through this initial phase as we consider what kind of project the city wants to implement. So it's no secret that there have been some AV failures here at the Vets Hall. We have a kind of complicated system that's been patched over many years, and we very early on in the project determined that we need to replace the entire system architecture rather than replace components piecemeal. And as part of that, we know that there are going to be add-on options available as part of this project. So there's like a basic architecture that we'd have to build, and then maybe some goodies or some bells and whistles that we could add on it if we want to. Also, there's some building upgrades that the city staff is proposing. Feedback? So we're going to review those tonight. Our project budget is just over $500,000, and some of that money is PEG money. We get that money because we broadcast to Channel 20, and that's public access, education, and government money, and then the rest of it is out of the general fund. And this project has been accumulating funds for years, and we are now at the point where we're getting ready to work on it. So what was the council goal that the mayor referred to? It was in the public infrastructure goal. There's a short-term action item that is to update the council chamber, and I'm taking this word for word from the document. Update the council chamber, AV upgrades, web-based agenda management system for closed captioning, and improved accessibility for visually impaired. And so this project would achieve all of those things. We already have a web-based agenda management system, thanks to the city clerk, Dana Swanson, who brought in eScribe. And then, we would include closed captioning and other accessibility upgrades as part of this project. I want to talk briefly about what the project phases are, because it is a little bit unusual for a project that we come to the council potentially more than once. And so right now we are in a scope development phase. We would have an option to design several different systems, fully price them out, and bring them to the city council. And we're looking for some guidance from the city council to narrow our search. And that way we don't have to spend a lot of time and money designing and building out different kinds of systems just to come back to the city council and ask what the city council is really looking for here. And so then once we have that direction, city staff will put together an RFP for a design, purchase, and installation contract for the AV equipment. And then in parallel, we'll be bringing on an architect at a very inexpensive contract, and then do some construction work in the building. So again, we are currently in this scope development phase, and the decisions for tonight for the city council really revolve around the fixed seating concept that we'll talk about in a little bit. And if we go the fixed seating route, that will enable us to look at automated systems versus manual, which is what we currently have. For audio and video. It would also allow us to have fixed displays, potentially voting controls, and then separate from fixed seating, we are seeking some guidance on the broadcasting practices, and we'll talk about that in a bit. So this is the city of Upper Arlington. I believe that's Texas. Is that the Texas flag on the side? So anyway, the reason I point this out is because this is their council chambers, and You notice the red circle there is showing the staff seating, and that's fixed, that doesn't move. And so you have fixed microphones there, they possibly have fixed monitors at their workstations, but the employees and contractors and consultants for the city of Upper Arlington do not have to fully set up and break down their meetings every day. They just walk in, they press a few buttons, and the meeting starts. Whether they have a technician in an operations room, we can't tell from this photo, but we know that a lot of the work that's done to set up the city's meetings doesn't have to happen at the city of Upper Arlington. And that is the main recommendation tonight, is that at the city of Morro Bay, rather than set up all of these tables, especially down here on the floor, for staff, and run all of these cables for microphones, and run, this isn't really seating, but also running cables for portable cameras and displays and everything. We have fixed infrastructure. Without the fixed seating, a lot of the options that we're going to talk about tonight are just not possible. And as part of that proposal, we are discussing, similarly to what it looks like this city has, but I don't know enough about this city in particular, just the best photo I could find. But so traditionally, council chambers will have, of course, seating for the city council behind the dais, but then we'll have seating for the city manager, the city clerk, and the city attorney. And again, traditionally, it's those three staff members that are part of every meeting, at least sitting up with the city council. And then also a workstation for someone else on staff who may come up to give a presentation, such as the one I'm giving now. So for example, that fourth workstation might be used by the police chief, or me, or the director of community development, or the harbor vitality director in the future. And so we are proposing that we evaluate exactly where the seating would go, but that somewhere here on the floor, potentially up on the stage, well, I'm not sure if there's enough room, we just haven't done the math, but that we would put fixed seating for staff. And that, again, that would allow a whole bunch of other options. But what it would require is a foldable wall to be put across this area here. And the reason for that, as the city council and community knows, is that this is a multi-purpose room. This room is used for rentals, for events, for important ceremonies for families. It's also used for Monday night dinners and other community events. And so, you know, we on the staff side see that as sacrosanct, and in order to still enable that while providing fixed seating, the foldable wall seems like a very reasonable option, just like we have a folding wall on the side. And so that is one of the main considerations that we're asking for council direction on tonight. As I mentioned, it would open up options for video and audio automation, and it would require no setups regular meeting setups for microphones, cameras, displays, and electrical. I took a look, and it's in the staff report. We have up to 77 meetings a year that we set up for. It's typically not 77, it's closer to 70 or so, but that's every year we're setting up and breaking down with all of these cables, and that comes at an expense to the city. So when we're talking about cost savings, again, we don't have exact dollar figures today, but we are thinking about long-term costs versus near-term costs. And for automation, anything we do that's more automated is going to have more upfront costs, but because it requires less skilled technicians to operate the system, then there are smaller long-term operating costs. That's true for both audio and for video, and also for setup. Again, whoever it is, so currently it's AGP, and it's been AGP for many years, and they do a great job of setting up and breaking down the meetings and operating the meetings. For anyone who does this now or the future, they would look at all the work that's currently performed for setup and breakdown, and they'd factor that into the fee that they charge the city for the work, for microphones, cameras, displays, and electrical. So, I'll just check in here. Okay, let's talk about what we mean by automation. So for audio, we currently have a skilled technician in the back room who is using sliders to adjust frequencies of speakers' voices based on the speaker. Different speakers speak in a different tone at different frequencies, and that affects everyone else's ability to hear them clearly or not, or whether there's going to be feedback. So there's a really smart person back there right now looking at or hearing my voice and making gentle adjustments to it that most of us don't even notice. An automated system will never beat that level of skill or production. That by far a human being is going to be able to produce the best sound out of an audio system. However, it does mean that the city currently employs someone to be back there for around 70 meetings a year. And so that may not be the most cost-effective way for the level of production that's expected for a public meeting. You know, it's not a rock concert or something where we really want fine-tuned audio. If we can do it in an automated manner where a computer does this work for us, it can be brought to the community at an acceptable level of production. Similar situation with video. We can automate video more, or we can kind of semi-automate it, and there's different ways to do that I won't go into all the specifics there. We can if requested. But there is a level of automation, and some cities do this, where there's no one controlling the cameras. It's a computer controlling the camera. There's a lot of work that has to be done in advance of that to set up where the cameras are pointing, and different presets based on positions of chairs in the room and things like that. Same thing for graphics. There's ways that we can pre-program and automate that. With video, less so with audio, but with video, it does become a little bit more risky in some cases, that if something's going wrong, we have to fall back on something like a wide-angle camera shot for a public meeting. And there might be some lag in switching between cameras, depending on how it's set up. In other words, similar to the audio, you're not going to get the same level of production and quality of production, but it would be acceptable for what the public needs or expects even for public meetings. And so that is the automation of audio and video. And again, we talked about how we can save on time and costs and headache, frankly, on the setups. I mean, if we had everything fixed, including behind the dais there, we would eliminate the need to be running all these cables every day. It would just all be permanently installed. So we talked about the savings. So again, we're looking for council direction on the fixed seating, the level of automation on audio and video, and then a concept of fixed displays. So currently, AGP rolls out 3 displays. I believe they're 75 inches each. And one is a convenience monitor that the city council is looking at right now. And, you know, sometimes you can see it. Sometimes it's a little more difficult. I always advise anyone giving a presentation here of a minimum of 28-point font. This is currently around 40-point font, because if we do anything smaller, it's just not visible from far away. And sometimes, just in my experience here, we put spreadsheets up and it's for the council to view, and it's just very difficult to see the numbers on the spreadsheet because it's far away. Fixed displays at the council dais would allow the council members to just be able to see what we're presenting easily. Similarly for staff, we'd want fixed displays because not all staff are able to view a display that's in the room, so we'd each have our dedicated display. And then we'd want to permanently affix monitors for the audience to view, definitely 2. We can just affix those to the ceiling or potentially to the wall, with potentially 2 more in the back, depending, or we can add those on later. There's also a concept to put one in the lobby so that folks who maybe want to have a conversation with someone can still keep an eye on the council meeting, or someone coming into the building doesn't have to come into the room and cross the squeaky floor and understand where we are at in the council meeting, and you know, maybe they only have an interest in one item and are waiting for something. So it just opens up that option. Again, these things are optional. add-ons that we can add later. And speaking about add-ons, we talked about the additional displays. Another one is voting controls, not necessary. The city council used to have voting controls. You see the old board up there where there's a red light and a green light. That used to indicate different council member votes. There's a control station on Dana's homemade desk that also controls that. We don't use it anymore. It's not necessary, but it would be a nice add-on if the city council desired that. Not necessarily an answer we need tonight on that. It's really those 4 up top that we're looking for direction on. The only other item, well, let me say it. Yeah, the other item related to our audio and video is broadcasting. Morro Bay is a leader in broadcasting in the county. We broadcast on Channel 20, Slow Span, Zoom, we archive on YouTube, and we do that for all of the 70 or so meetings that we have every year. That is a rarity, generally speaking. Typically, cities are going full boat on the broadcast for City Council and Planning Commission. Many cities only do audio for their advisory board meetings. Many do just a wide-angle shot of the advisory board meetings. We have chosen historically to do dynamic camera work for every single meeting. That comes at a cost. That comes at a cost to city staff and to the city from the vendor that we would work with if we were to continue production in the back by some level of manual work. So, one question is, do we need to broadcast to everything that's out there, or can we streamline it? And by streamlining it, we mean that as long as we are providing a live stream, as long as we are archiving on our website, and as long as the streams are available on Channel 20, is there really anything else that we need to broadcast to, or is that sufficient? So that's one question for the council. And then the other question for the council is, would the council like to continue the practice of full broadcast and dynamic camera views for every single public meeting that the city has? Or, like other cities have chosen to do, is it okay and sufficient to do that for the city council meeting and the planning commission meetings only? Finally, let me just check. Okay, I got 2 slides left. So we plan work on the building. There's some security, safety, and accessibility upgrades. There's some workplace safety reviews that are currently going on in the city, and one of the buildings that has been identified is this one. We don't have an emergency exit in the back, and that the dais is not fully protected currently. And so that's something that, if there's questions about, Chief Watkins is here to answer those. We also have some ADA improvements that we'd like to implement, specifically access to the stage. Currently the stage is not ADA accessible. Security cameras, and also we are considering an access code to the back door. Again, we often have this building rented out, especially if we purchase a new system. We'd have sensitive, valuable equipment that's here that we wouldn't want anyone to tamper with. Our current system of lending out keys leaves a lot of room for vulnerability, because if keys get lost, which they have, that the city has given out, we either have to spend the money rekeying the entire facility, or we just deal with the risk. If we had an access code mechanism on the back door, we can let a user group or renter come in, and we give them a specific code, and it only allows access to the building for the time that the city has allowed them to use the building. So those are the security, safety, and accessibility upgrades we're looking at. General improvements, I got a lot of comments about lighting that I wasn't aware of, but there are some issues with lighting in the building that we can certainly improve without much cost. We discussed the folding wall already. That the heating system is very loud and ineffective, and if we had a wall here, a folding wall, we might have to potentially move a register as well. The heating system is also very old, and so that's something that we'd want to do as part of this. And then finally, some basic aesthetic upgrades. We have a lot of old knobs switches and equipment on the walls that are no longer being used. It kind of just clutters the walls aesthetically. That whole wall there is actually plywood. It's actually wallpaper on top of plywood, and that does not help with the sound quality and acoustics in the building. And so we would have the potential to maybe skim coat it with compound or re-drywall it, and that might involve some work with jams and things like that. That'll cost a little bit of money. We'd also just take a look and do a review of the building and see what inexpensive ways there would be to make it look a little bit more nice and inviting. So that's what we're looking at. We are asking for some council action tonight on direction of the items listed above. After we receive that tonight, we would release an RFP for design and installation of the equipment, and optionally bring the design back to council for decisions. If there's consensus on certain things tonight, or we have enough direction where we don't need to come back, we would just go straight into the installations. But if the council desired, we could come back. And then finally, we would be doing on a separate contract installation of, I think the equipment word there is wrong, but we would do the building upgrades separately on a separate contract with a separate type of contractor. So we would do that again in parallel with the AV upgrades. Before I go to the question portion, I would just like to say I recognize that this has been a long time coming. This has been a goal of the city for several years. It's always been the sort of thing that's like priority number 4 or 5 because of the other issues we're dealing with. And we're in a place now where we can jump into this. We would likely be getting a design by sometime in February, and then we would be doing, and that's best case scenario, and then we'd be doing an install sometime in March or April. It would very likely require the relocation of public meetings to the community center for a couple of months while the upgrades are handled, and then we'd come back here after they are concluded. So I do just want to be open about that. And at this point, we'll take questions. And again, we have Mr. Vacher here from Bill Gaines as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kwolek. I appreciate that. I have one question to lead off with, and just for disclosure for the listening audience, we did have an opportunity to meet individually with Public Works Director and consultant. So we've gone through this once already and had some time to look at some of these options over the last few days. Can you please tell me, hopefully you know, how much money is in the PEG Access Fund?
I can tell you roughly that it's about a third of the 500,000, and I think we get around 28,000 or 30,000 a year for that.
So about a third of the funding. Thank you. I know that it's been specific to the audio for this, so thank you. That's my only question right now, and I will start with Councilmember Barton.
I'm just curious. I think you said this before when we met before, but I'm curious about the how long we expect these improvements to last. This has been however many years, a lot of years. And what do you have an idea of how long it might last?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Barton. Of course, it's as long as we're willing to tolerate. We could keep it for 50 years, but I think a reasonable outlook would be a 10-year lifespan. The nice thing is, once we modernize the system all at once, if we needed to upgrade a component here or there, we could do that. We wouldn't necessarily need a full replacement. And so that's something that we would be monitoring as time goes on.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Kwolek, you addressed that too when we all met with you, that right now everything is just being piecemealed together because of the age of the system. There aren't components to replace or upgrade what's here. Is that kind of where we're at right now with that?
Generally speaking, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Landrum?
Yeah, with the, is one of these proposals considering, like, you're talking about there's a permanent option and then a not permanent option, and the not permanent option, does that consider like rolling out what is necessary? Like it's in a cabinet or something and it's rolled out as needed?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. What I'm hearing the question as is, are we currently looking at an option where we continue to do setups of equipment before and after each meeting? Is that what you're asking? Or did I misunderstand?
But it's more, yes, but more streamlined and, efficient than it is now, So it's all set up, ready to go. I'm saying then you're not infringing on the rental space, the potential rental space. Is that something that is part of the consideration?
It certainly is. We want to minimize any impacts to the rental space, and the goal of the fixed seating is to reduce costs and staff resources of the setups and breakdowns, and that would require permanent installations. They don't necessarily need to go out as far as they do now, so we think we can kind of claw back some space. And just imagine if, say to about where Yvonne is sitting or so, and Connor here, if there was a foldable wall, the rest of the space could still be used as a rental.
Right, or you could do it the more adaptable way.
Which is this, yeah.
No, that's upgraded, this is the least adaptable way. I'm saying something more streamlined, but movable.
So, okay, I understand your question now. Thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Landrum. We wouldn't recommend that. We certainly could put together a system where, let's say we have microphone jacks and electrical outlets on the floor, and then rather than running all these cables, it's a bit easier to plug in, and we can roll in equipment. The only issue there is if we're looking at cameras specifically and doing a more simplified and streamlined setup for cameras, when you set up cameras on walls, depending on the camera, if it's a static camera, then it's at a fixed position. And that fixed position is based on where the person sits. If the tables are set up differently for every meeting, then you can't count on that static camera to be able to capture that individual. Now, you could use the PTZ cameras, which are point tilt zoom cameras, but now you're getting into territory where you could automate that fully, but it's more likely that we would be using an operator to do that, and so then there would be less opportunity to do automation in that way.
Or could you somehow mark the floor so you knew where you were putting things every time?
You could do that. The challenge there is if it's not set up correctly, then everyone will see it, and then the question is, who sets it up, and certainly anything's possible. It just adds more chance for something to go wrong.
And then I just wanted to comment on the Arlington, Texas setup that you shared looked really like a new facility, and it's clearly not used for anything else other than meetings. And did you know the population of Arlington, Texas?
I don't.
It's 349,000.
Yeah, this was Upper Arlington, which I believe is a different entity. I'm not sure, but.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Alex. Okay, I don't know the population. I'll have to look that one up. All right, thank you.
Questions, Councilmember Edwards?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My main question to you, Mr. Kwolek, is, if we're going to set this up mainly automated or somewhere in between the manual and automated, either way, my concern is that if at some point, we were to move spaces, would we be able to kind of pick this up and move it somewhere else, or would it be that static where pieces of it couldn't be? And I think that was my main question. Could all of it be?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Edwards. Simple answer, yes. We can move it. The only, let me add one nuance there. The Channel 20 connection would require some work because we have that line running directly to the building, and if we found a new location for City Hall, that may not be the case. Still, we could do it. It would just take some work.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And that's true for our current system as well. If we needed to move, we'd have that same challenge with Channel 20.
All right. Mine is a question that I asked in our past meeting, Director Qualick, but I think it's important for my fellow council members to hear the answer to it. I did have a question regarding the fixed cameras and also the setup on the dais, if there was only 5. How does that work if we have like a Public Works Advisory Board, which is 7 members versus 5? So just, I appreciated your answer in our meeting, and I would just like to hear it again.
I appreciate the question, Councilmember Ford, and it would present a little bit of a challenge for the 2 advisory boards that the city has that have 7 members. And so for audio and for a display monitor, they can share that. For video, that would mean we'd have to have some sort of PTZ, point tilt zoom camera set up where it could either be automated or operated by a skilled technician. And I'll just add in there too, and this was discussed in some of the meetings, but not all. You know, the city council may want to do joint meetings. And so, you know, how is that set up? And so we would have options there. We wouldn't want to build out a system that eliminates those sorts of opportunities. And so one way to do it would be to build a system so that things can be added into it. And perhaps we keep, again, let's just assume we went fully automated. We could still have an AV firm on contract to help us with those setups, similar to how we do it now. Similarly, if we needed to go to community center for a public meeting, I mean, we can still have someone on contract to help us with those meetings.
Okay, and then my other question I had asked, it was, well, first you clarified it earlier in the reports. I appreciate you talking about closed captioning because I had asked about that. And the other was for us to consider, I had asked Connor, great, sorry, if it's, you know, if we have the ability to do translation in the future, instead of having to hire someone to come and provide translation, if we would have, with this new technology that is being suggested, would we have that opportunity to translate for people that want to come and speak? And, you know, so I'm seeing you're nodding your head, so if you have a response to that.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ford. Yes, that's absolutely something from an infrastructure point of view that would be easy to implement. There will definitely be an assisted listening system that will be added as part of this so that ADA requirements are met for participants in the room. They can get that ADA feed. Those systems do have multiple channels, so it would be quite simple to add a second channel for a second language translation. You would, of course, need a translator on site to do that translation for you, but in terms of getting that feed to the audience, that would be absolutely doable.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to reserve the rest of my questions for now.
Have you calculated what the capacity changes would be with your proposed fixed tables?
Thank you for the question. Capacity changes?
In the audience, in the room?
I would expect that it wouldn't change.
Really? Okay, and also, in the event that there was a group that wanted to use a stage, I'm stretched, I'm trying to think of where other stages are as I'm sitting up here, and you know, for some kind of theatrical performance or something like that, where would they go?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. So if they wanted to use a city facility, the city has a stage, I understand is available for rent. They can also rent their own stage. So they could do something at the community center with a stage there. I believe there was a chamber event that utilized that, or an auction or something that I went to. There's also the schools. I haven't been in either of the schools. My son's not quite old enough yet, but I have been, well, that's not true. I went to the auditorium at the high school, which is new, and so they would potentially look at using that.
Okay, that's if it qualified for use at the school. I'm just realizing that we're, this would be a permanent thing, and this stage with the curtain and all of that would no longer be usable to the public. And then I'm thinking of the first time I was in this room, like in a setup like this, was during the candidates forum. And how would something like that be handled?
Thank you for the question. We could handle that in a couple of ways. On the one hand, we could use the dais, and on the other hand, we can set something up here higher on a stage. So the way that the staff, the fixed staff seating is that it would be on one side, and so this side would still be open. And so we could put a temporary stage together here and do a setup right here.
Okay, thank you.
Director Kwolek, during our meeting, to just expand on what Mayor Pro Tem Landrum had asked, you had mentioned something about it being 2 years since there had been a request or to use the stage, or is that?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I did run that consideration by our Recreation Division Manager, Kirk Carmichael, and asked him how often is this stage used. He said it hasn't been used in a couple of years.
Okay.
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 Yeah, I'm just.
Well, on record anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, I just thought that might be helpful, but I don't. Anyway. Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. And just for clarification, I think they want to share that the stage was used when they had an event here for REACT. And we'll go to public comment. Before we do that, I'm going to say one thing. Sitting on SLOCOG at the County Board of Supervisor chambers, where there are 5 supervisors on the dais, there are 12 of us that sit there, share monitors, 12, plus 2 staff people. So there are 14 of us on a dais that normally has 5 supervisors and 2 staff. So it's not a situation that's unattainable, it's standard. So just for clarification on that. Public comment is open on this item. I have a speaker slip from Janice Peters.
Okay, lots of things now that I've heard the presentation. Thank you. Janice Peters, Morro Bay resident, and also theater person. When we were going to move our theater, we looked every place in town, and there was no place that we could have a stage and have access that we need. And we used to do fundraiser Follies shows here and at the community center both. To take away a stage, the only public available stage in town, because the schools have their own schedules. There's not really something that you can come in as an organization and rent. It just doesn't work well with their own schedules. So I would think very hard before you take away that advantage for a place where you can have a sort of a theater seating and a stage, a raised stage, even for a wedding or a reception. It's something that's frequently used for that reason. As far as automated, okay, first of all, I was here when AGP first started filming. I was, a long time ago, 1998, and the awareness between the community and what was going on in government was just astounding, the difference. Within a couple of weeks, all of a sudden, people knew what was going on in the city. So it's extremely important. And I would say before you make your final decisions on equipment and stuff, talk to AGP about their experiences too, because now they film all over the state. And they know what the requirements are, they know what the technology is, they know places where it's very advanced, they know places here where it's not. And I would suggest that you take their advice on things like that. even if you have automated cameras and things, there's too many crazy things that can happen at a council meeting or any other public event that it's nice to have somebody there who knows how to operate things and can be the wise person in the room. Oh my gosh, this happened, what do we do? You don't want to have to call somebody to come from somewhere else. You really need somebody on site, I think. I think it is important, especially when you've got very highly technical equipment. Let's see, what else? The fixed setup, that's fine, but is there, as some people have, I think, mentioned, can it be something that can just slide back or something like that? So you're not taking up the whole room, all of the space. Just again, consider how the building is used, consider that there isn't anything else. The stage at the community center is not comparable to this at all. It's fine, but it's not comparable. So consider how your community wants to use this building. It is their building, basically. So be very careful to maintain that. Thank you.
Good evening again, Bill Martini. Yeah, I just want to follow up on Janice as far as your stage. If you do something permanent and eliminate that, you are actually just kind of old Morro Bay and the nostalgia of the building. This was actually donated, I think, the Army during World War II afterwards. They had all their events here, the stage and that. And to do something that's fixed, you just have to kind of rethink of what you would be giving up and what you would be getting. I understand what you're talking about on the permanent structures, but to give up your stage, I think is, or that option at least, is something to really think about hard before you did something of that nature. I know AI is coming, you know, automation and all this, but again, sometimes someone behind the camera, I mean, one of these days, you guys, we may be talking to AI up here, you never know, you know, it's kind of spooky. You really want to leave the human touch in place, so thanks again.
Betty Winholtz. I'm afraid I couldn't be more disappointed. This started back 2 years ago with $90,000 to fix the AV equipment. Now we're at $500,000 where they want to bulletproof you, put you in permanent seating, seal off the room, give you all a bunch of monitors and not the audience. It's grown into this other monster, which I don't think we need. I don't think we need to spend $350,000 out of the general fund to augment the PEG money to do that. I think you need to just use the PEG money and fix the AV situation, because that's what this started out as. What we need is an overhead projector, which I've asked for 2 years. What we need is that refrigerator installed in the kitchen. That's what we need. This is a multi-purpose room. I have been to every city council meeting in South County. None of them meet in a multi-purpose room. They all have little tiny separate chambers. This is not that. And it can't become that because we rent this out for money. And we may have 70 meetings here a year, but how many times do we rent it out and how much money do we make off of that? And why do we want to lose that? We used to have dances in here and all kinds of things, and some of those things will come back now that COVID's over. So I'm really against bulletproofing, I'm against permanent seating, I'm against a fake wall, I'm against remote things. Why do we want to get rid of jobs? You know, this is every issue you guys come up to, and what we haven't heard is the finances. I don't know how much money we're saving by going remote, even if it's long-term. You know, how much are you saving over time and not saving over time? How many jobs are you giving up just so you guys can sit behind set for cameras and each have your own monitors? I think we're going overboard here. I don't think that this is something that Morro Bay needs. This is still a multi-purpose room. We need to know the cost before you make a decision. If, you know, I just need to, please come back to basics. Just come back to what was supposed to happen here. Fix our colored screens, which are awful, give us an overhead, fix the refrigerator, and don't go overboard with a lot of automation. I don't think that's really what we need or want. Thanks.
Natalia Mirzoyan, I certainly want to reaffirm what Betty just said. I agree totally. And at least before you made a major change of the scope that was described, I would think that you would bring in some of the users, such as the Lions Club. Somebody spoke from the Lions Club that have used this for at least 50 years, probably more. The 50 plus years I've lived here, they've met here, and they've been instrumental in volunteerism and doing good in the community for all those decades. And I think without getting input from them, at least some suggestions, I think that would possibly be not a good idea. And as far as AI goes in general, yeah, I think some of the other jobs here could be replaced as well. But I'm a user of AI because I don't like to write checks. So I pay my credit cards and other things online and over the phone frequently. And the AI has much to be desired. I can't tell you how many times I have to ask for a representative because the AI so far can answer, can respond if you answer yes or no. And that, as you probably have also found out, doesn't always work. Sometimes there's nuance, and you have to have more input. And as Betty said, it's possibly also a bad idea to remove jobs that people count on here. And I hope that maybe you go a little slowly as far as major changes and just fix the things that are required to make it more hearable and usable by the media right now. Thank you.
City Council, members, staff, Michelle Lester Cattery, North Morro Bay. I get Mr. Kwolek's Christmas list. Everything is automated, everything is nice and spanky, shiny, clean, and when you look at, supervisor meetings in different towns around where they have significant amount of funds. I get it. Moving everything out to have the city council meetings 70 times a year, it's a lot of work, but it also puts food on people's plates in their homes. I think before you make decisions like this, perhaps reaching out to the school to see what feasible access our community has to their stage. Because I don't know how many events we've had here for junior guards, for different sports events that we've held in here, numerous fundraisers where there's a band on that stage. This is the community's area. I get it, you want to have a place that's fixed, it's less work, but I think spending $500,000, $500,000 on this type of thing when, yes, we could have more infrastructure and have things drop down from the ceilings or something come up from the floor, but if this, something could be cleared off on the stage, that would be appreciated for those that want to rent it out. Reach out to the schools, see how easy it is to get those stages for events. It's hard because they're booked. So I'm just making that comment. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Margaret Carmen. I wanted to say I totally agree with what everyone else has already said. And I apologize, but I didn't hear Mr. Qualick say much about the public and how we were going to be affected by all these changes. And should you, God forbid, put up screens up on the walls, as a chiropractor, I want to say, do not put them where we're sitting in the audience doing this to look up like you have in everybody's houses these days. And when you change these lights and put those awful blue LED lights that mess up your brain, you're going to have a lot of unhappy people in this room. And this room is charming. Could we just use the 90 grand and fix the audio system and keep a community room for us? Thank you.
Hi, Linda Winters, once again. I am no stranger to this podium. I've been here for every single city council meeting in the last 6 years. I've been to planning commissions. I love this room. I have been here for every single Monday night dinner for the last 4 years. That's 200 times. And I love this room, and I love what we can do with it. And I love the feeling that the people get when they come in here. It has its charm. It needs repairs, there's no doubt about it. But we just really need to be sensible about what we're going to do with this room. I would love to have a fixed council chamber. I don't see it here. I've been to the one in San Luis Obispo. They have a lot of problems in that council chamber. And I would like to see the AGP stay with this, and because they're as much a part of this community as we all are. And that's all I have to say for right now. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this item?
Good evening, everyone. Bob Lloyd, AGP Video.
And Steve Matthew, AGP Video. I actually miss the old podium. I don't like this one. Steve Matthew, founder of AGP Video. Bob's been with me since 2000. Shot my first frame of government video standing right there in February of 1996. 2 years later, I had happened to cause Charter Communication to actually make this the first city in the county to have a government access channel that would go live. Prior to that, they gave me a box up on the hill, and I had to go feed it every 4 hours for 2 years. I bring this up because I would really like to be at the table about discussing a whole lot of things here. I've taken that whole situation, and at the request of the commercial fishermen in the early 2000s, I went out and started shooting the Fish and Game Commission on the state level. And at the request of a lot of people in the city, went right behind that and started shooting the Coastal Commission. We've grown that into a 20 state contract business, and we've got 25 employees. I feel so bad, and I apologize to the city of Morro Bay for not being more forceful along the way about keeping this system up to speed. We got a contract for $50,000 in 1998. That rode until 2010 when we got an increase to $60,000. Those are the only 2 times that we've done contract work with the city of Morro Bay. That barely covers my cheapest employee, full-time employee out of 25. So we're not in it for the money. We have a lot of ideas. We've been to this point at least 4 times in the last 20 years. At one point, there was over $500,000 in the PEG Access Fund. None of it ever got applied to the channel. You guys, I absolutely thank you for listening the last time I came to this podium and making something happen from within. And I applaud the staff for going the way as far as they have and for selecting BGA. That was my biggest recommendation, that these guys know what they're doing in the county. I built that system myself with an engineer from Charter Communications in '98. It hasn't changed except for the equipment that we have augmented and put in there just to keep the damn thing live. Anyway, I hope you give me a little bit of leash here. I would like to comment on a lot of the things that are in here, and my motivation is for the city. I'm not going to live forever. So I would like to help you guys into this chapter with a lot of what we can bring to the table.
Thank you.
We know about this stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else for public comment? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
No, Mayor Wixom, there are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Any other questions?
I do have one more question, Mayor Wixom. There's a lot of passion around, passionate comments around the fixed items. And I'm curious, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Landrum was kind of hitting on it in her first questions. It almost is like, is there somewhere in between where it's not the full gamut, but it's also an upgrade and more functional? And so I guess my question is, if we were to look at something like I can't remember, it starts with a P, but the moving cameras instead of the fixed cameras, if we were to do something like that and upgrade the system, that would still work with having to move everything still? Or is that system affected as well if we don't do fixed
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Ford. As I understand it, does utilization of PTZ cameras in any way, so I'll just answer, for either a fixed camera system with presets or camera systems where we have to set them up and break them down for every meeting, we could use static or PTZ. We'd set them up differently, but that really is kind of a technical question whether PTZ or static cameras are more appropriate on the given application that we would tease out in the design. But if we wanted to fix seating or not, we would just work around that.
Can you clarify if the bulletproof dais, if that is like a safety requirement that's come along the line, or is that just like the suggestion?
Thank you for the question. I'll kick that over to Chief Watkins, who can speak to that question.
So the city's currently going through the Cal OSHA requirement for workplace violence prevention plan. Part of that plan, what it exists is there's three options. One is cost, the other is feasibility, and then the other is culture. So obviously, just based on, I think, where our society has gone and the propensity for violence in public forums, you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And that's certainly the recommendation from the police department. With the workplace violence prevention plan, we have a list of things that we would recommend. But again, it comes down to cost, feasibility, and culture. So if it's not cost effective, if it's not feasible, and if it doesn't fit with your culture, then the city has the option to move forward. As a public safety, I always recommend the safest options, which if those advancements are cost effective and feasible, there's no harm in them. Protection is always number one, especially for members such as yourself. So certainly not a requirement. There's no place that says it's a requirement. But when we look at future options down the line, if it's possible and it fits our culture, then that would be the recommendation.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, Chief. If we were to go that route, my question is that would add a lot of weight. I'm guessing, just guessing, if it was bulletproof, it would make our dais and then the setup for staff, if we were to keep it movable, it's not like a table like that where you can fold it up and put it away. I'm guessing it would be much more, it's much harder to move. So it's kind of a safety, if I'm understanding, if I'm thinking correctly here, if we were to go the safety route, a fixed system would be the way we would have to go. Or, I mean, I'm just curious if we know how heavy those things would be.
So I think you'd be surprised. We deal with ballistic items daily, and when I first started this career 25 years ago, holding ballistic shields were extremely heavy. We're talking 45, 50 pounds. Now you're talking about 5 pounds. So depending on, again, cost and what you're looking for, I think that an evaluation of the systems that are available, I can't imagine that we are the only city that are looking to protect council members, but also having to move them as a part of transitions to and from community spaces, that you'd be surprised what's out there. So if given the opportunity, I think you'd be surprised. But again, with the lighter weight, the movability, your cost is going to increase.
Okay, thank you. I can't think of any other questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kwolek, just for clarification, based on that question, my question would be, tonight you're asking us to address 5 of those considerations. Those considerations are questions to put out a request. In that, would that include, or I guess, that'll be a direction we'll give you, the option of if we want a dais that's bulletproof to climb under if somebody comes in shooting versus one that's not. Are we going to have a price on what those 2 options would be? That's something we can direct for inclusion in that, along with some of these other things?
That is something that you certainly can direct us to get, is pricing for a couple scenarios.
Right, okay, thank you. I assumed that, but I just wanted to verify that it wasn't all or nothing. So, questions, Councilmember Parton? Oh, you didn't have any? Oh, sorry.
No, thank you, Mayor. I think I've gotten a little confused about the space now, and I think part of it was the question earlier. My understanding is that there would be a wall coming this way that could be retracted back. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this was the wall over here that we were going to be basically working on that would be drywall, and that would be fixed. Is that correct? We talked about that because there's plywood back here.
That's correct. That this kind of, I'm not good with naming colors. I don't know if is that a mauve? I don't know, but that wall is plywood. If funding allowing, we would look at an aesthetic upgrade there.
Because my thinking is I'm just wondering, because it seems that I'm hearing a concern for the use of the stage. I'm just wondering if it's a schematic thing where maybe pieces are fixed and maybe, I know this sounds crazy, but maybe the dais isn't. I'm just trying to find a happy middle here, if there is one, in terms of the schematics and what would be mobile and what wouldn't be. Because the other thing that I'm looking at are these guys, and I know this is kind of part of the main setup, hassle, it's hard to do, I watch them do it, and running all the cords around, and I'm just wondering if part of it was fixed, like where the staff is, if that would just kind of cut down on the work. I don't know if that's possible. I'm just throwing that out there.
Thank you for the question. What you're describing is possible. It would just mean fine-tuning the system every time the dais was moved. And so that would come at a cost. And so when we talk about, the master fee schedule and fees for rental, those fees are, and I think everyone knows this, but I'll just say as a reminder, those rental fees are designed for cost recovery. They are recovering costs for the city to be able to make these spaces available, and a lot goes into that. And so I would expect that if the council wanted to continue to recover costs for the time it takes to make the space available, then that would potentially increase the cost of like maybe there'd be a stage rental fee or something that could account for that.
And I guess my next question on that would be, do we have the numbers on the rental money that we are bringing in on this space available? I don't know if maybe I missed it in the report. Do we have that?
No, we don't have that. We don't have the information available tonight. If I may, Mayor, I would was going to remind everybody that we do have 2 other items on our agenda, and then I know you're getting to that, and I also wanted to thank Public Works Director Greg Colick for this very thoughtful memo, and I know City Clerk had put in a lot of effort to bring this thing to you, and I know when we first look at it, it's just simply doing the audio-video system. In order to do the system, the building improvement will come along. So I want to assure the general public that we are very conscientious, and the $500-something is just because years after years accumulated fund doesn't mean that we're going to use all together at one time. If you want to delay it, we can bring it back. And there's some points made, such as the the stage and the cost. We can get some figures and bring it back. But I just want to remind you, the public, that the staff is doing the work under based on our best understanding of the room, and because later we're going to have other discussions. I just want to make sure that the public are not taking this personal, and we think about the public, how this is going to impact the public as well. After the improvement, the screen, the monitor are going to be bigger, and it's be easier for the public to view. And then we're also looking at some building improvement to make this room more comfortable for the audience. So it's everything we consider that, and I guess I just want to make sure that staff's work. From me, I wanted to express my appreciation for the hard work that staff had put in to put this together.
Thank you, City Manager Kimball. I appreciate that. Councilmember Barton, any questions, comments?
No, I'm just thinking about the what the city manager was just talking about and bringing back some changes. So
The options, thank you. Councilmember Landrum?
Yeah, I'm really interested in the difference in costs, as I expressed when we met. It's hard, I don't even think you can make a decision unless you know the difference in costs. I mean, it's impossible, and it wouldn't be responsible. Is there some way, I guess, Connor, I'll ask you this, is there some way you can like fish all this stuff down underneath and like snake it up and when you need it? And is that kind of what the more movable one is? Because I'm thinking about weddings, a lot of times the bridal party sits on the stage. There's, community members have said there's concerts and things like that. Is there some way to make it work like that, make it be more efficient, but maybe kind of pre-set up, but you roll it out? Is there some way to do that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. Yes, with a fixed system or some sort of semi-fixed system, we would definitely route cables underneath, and they would come up into the dais. There are definitely semi-fixed systems where we could basically have a port on the floor or somewhere where those things do get plugged in. There are definitely considerations there and compromises in that it's not going to be something that can just fold down. You'd still have large pieces that would need to go somewhere. But yes, there are definitely options for some semi-fixed
Okay.
opportunities.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll just remind just everyone, I guess, that the short-term action was just the basic upgrade of the AV system, which there's a big difference between that and the full build-out, which would be like the wish list of everything you could possibly have with screens on the walls and hanging down from the ceilings and all of the bells and whistles. But the short-term action was just to improve what we have. And in my mind, I would like to know the cost difference on those two things. And yeah, and then I guess that would include the labor, because the more modular system would include more labor, and so we would need to know what that cost would be too.
Thank you. We're not here to make a decision tonight on any of these things other than what we're going to request. And, a couple comments I'm going to make, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Kwolek to put that screen back up with the specific questions you wanted us to give input so we can try and get some consensus on this. And as the city manager said, we do have two other large items tonight. I think, I just want to reiterate that, the cost is certainly something we're going to look at, and this is going to come back before we make any decisions. A lot of the AV upgrades, the audio and video upgrades cannot be done unless we upgrade the electrical and all the other things, which is part of the reason why it hasn't happened all these years, which adds to it. So the minute you start doing all the upgrades to the electrical, to do the AV, then that's all great, but you still have a heater that doesn't work that's defunct. So if we're moving forward on doing something for the building, whether it's to be used for the general public or the council, and I would remind everybody that this is the designated council chambers, whether we like it or not in our community, this is the designated council chambers, period. I wish it wasn't, but it is. We don't have the funding that other communities have to buy a separate building, and I appreciate that we can move the items if need be. I think we all want to make sure that that's something that we can do, as there's always other considerations for other options. But we need to move forward on this. We've been talking about this and having it on our short-term goal for the last year and a half. So I appreciate that we're going to take some actions on it here. I think the fiscal responsibilities, at the forefront for all of us. Del Mar has a stage. Don't forget Del Mar and Morro Bay High School's theater is available, because I've talked to them about it when I toured it. It is available. Those are spaces that do have stages, and I hope maybe when you come back, Mr. Kwolek, or the city manager, I would ask, could give us some of the information on, how much this is actually utilized, this stage once a year, twice a year, every 2 or 3 years. Give us some little bit of feedback, and the revenue generated, I don't think is going to change by if you put a false wall here. Just comments. You still have the building available. So there it is, perfect. So council decisions, fixed seating. So how would you like us to address that, Mr. Kwolek?
Thank you, Mayor. Would you allow me to make a clarification about the project budget?
Thank you.
Yes, so I just want to maybe make a general statement here that I heard there was an idea that this was a $90,000 budget. The project budget exists as accumulated requests have come to the council over the years, and it's $501,000. Staff is not asking for any new money for the project. We had a request to the city council for fiscal year 23-24 of, you just see it here, and I'm looking at it online. The request is, you would think it just says it, but looks like $275,000. That was for last fiscal year's budget. And the fiscal year before that, there was a request for, oh no, I'm sorry, for this current fiscal year, there was a request for $144,000. So those two combined are over $400,000. And there was already money in the project fund because from time to time, the city council will add funding for improvements for this building. And so in the project descriptions, I'm not going to read them in detail, but there's certainly descriptions about what the project is beyond what was portrayed in terms of strictly being an audiovisual project. And so when staff brings these questions, it's because we're being responsive to the city council requests over time. The city council's discretion, of course, as we all know, is to direct staff as they wish. And we just want to bring the options that we see as being cost-effective in the long term that in no way obligates the city council to move forward with our recommendations. And I want to be clear that we're happy to implement whatever system the city council desires. So with that said, the first one is the fixed seating. We mentioned that opens up a lot of options for us. That does include the dais as well as the staff table that would be envisioned to be on that side of the building. And then, therefore, that also comes with a foldable wall. So that would be maybe the first decision to go with, is whether the council desires to see that. Just to respond to an earlier comment as well, we could spend time and consultant time pricing out fully a variety of different design options and then bring them to council, and the council could make these decisions based on upfront costs. If the council desires to do that, we can also do that. We chose to come to the council and ask for a narrower scope so that we could limit the time and cost that it takes to develop these options.
So the first question then is fixed seating versus mobile seating, correct? Is that the right word?
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking to council for comments or direction on that. What, do we want to address both of them? Do we want to look at fixed seating only?
I'm a fan of the mobile, the module, the movable system, because I feel like that solves a lot of problems for all involved, for the community that we're sharing this building with, as well as using it for our uses.
Councilmember Burton?
I like the fixed seating idea to do away with the constant moving.
Councilmember Edwards?
I guess my question still is about the audio component, if it is modular and movable. So this would not be fixed, or would it be? Connor is nodding his head.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Edwards. We would definitely be able to have most of the equipment, displays, microphones, live fixed on the dais. It doesn't necessarily mean the dais itself has to be fixed. It can have, I guess I'd call it an umbilical cord that we would plug in. So there would be possibilities to still have equipment fixed there while the unit itself is mobile.
And then, based on my first question that I asked at the beginning, these pieces could also be moved somewhere else at another time if, in fact, our chamber is moved.
Yes, there would be some infrastructure requirements, of course, at the new location, but the equipment itself would be able to move to a new location.
So for that, I would be comfortable with the modular.
So looking at both or just modular? Pardon? Looking at fixed versus modular, or just looking at the mobile system? Fixed versus mobile?
Yes, Mayor, I guess, sorry, I just needed clarification about whether the audio could be fixed even if the dais itself was modular. And Connor said
limited,
yes.
yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
on the modular,
Okay.
not fixed. There you go.
Councilmember Ford?
Oh, this is a tough one. So I think, one of the things that I always strive for is accessibility. when it comes to council meetings. I think I had mentioned to our city clerk when I first was sworn in, you know, I'm concerned about being accessible to anyone who wants to participate in council meetings. And so I have to say that I think, okay, and I'm going to, that's just a blanket statement, and also that I'm very thankful for staff for bringing all these options forward. My comment regarding fixed seating, the only way that I would be willing to consider a mobile system is if it would be, and I know this sounds kind of silly to some because we're such a sleepy city and we seem very safe, but I think that we need to consider bulletproofing our dais because oftentimes the most tragic events happen in sleepy cities and when you're least expecting it. And so I know of a council member who was in a situation where they felt threatened and they were thankful to have an exit in the back, and it was a small sleepy city. And so with that being said, if there is, so I guess I'm not giving 100% direction here because I think if there's a way to do bulletproof mobile seating, then I would consider it. But if it's just too difficult, then I'm for fixed seating.
Thank you. Okay, do you have direction from that, Mr. Qualic, on item 1?
I didn't hear the mayor's comment.
I was avoiding it.
And if I can maybe clarify what we mean by
Please.
the fixed seating. So the purpose of the fixed seating is twofold. One is it requires no setup and breakdown for every meeting, no running of cables. We could do mobile seating. We could have it so that it's easier to set up than what it is currently through jacks in the ground and that kind of thing. But the disadvantage of mobile seating is that the cameras would need to be, you know, everything would need to be exact. It opens up room for error, where fixed seating is, we already know in advance where everything is pointed.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that? So even with the moving cameras, it would have to be exact?
Not with an operator. We could have PTZ cameras with an operator then that would be able to move wherever they need to move.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
City Manager.
Oh, and thank you, Mayor. I was gonna add that also with mobile seating, potentially it's gonna increase cost. Every time you have to set it up and move it down, that's cost. And wear and tearing on equipment, so those are considerations. Again, Mayor, I probably gonna suggest that we just maybe we get a, if you are able to give us direction, great. If you think it's gonna need more time, we can bring back with some options.
I think it's going to need more time. I think that, I hope that Mr. Qualic's gotten some feedback from us because we're not in consensus on the seating, as you can see on the first item. You know, where there's an interest in knowing what having the mobile seating would be, but then everybody wanting elements of it that are more fixed in it. So, you know, it's kind of hard to have it both ways. You know, being open to the comments from the community, but yet we're trying to move forward and be more automated and streamlined. And as AGP stated, they're going to be retiring, you know, Steve's ready to retire, Bob's ready to retire, AI's coming, all these things. And so, you know, we have to live with the fact that our world is changing. Yeah, you want to send it back to staff and get an update?
Yeah,
I think
can
that's
I
gonna be the
just
easiest
clarify what Yvonne, City Manager Kimball just said is increased costs. I hope that this can be part of the information we get because we are already paying service for, we're paying a consultant to do this or what, you know, whatever they're called, Tired. And so will it really increase costs? I don't know. It sounds like it's going to decrease the labor. So that number is just really important to have, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Mr. Qualick, we're going to punt it back to you.
My understanding from the council deliberation is that before making decisions about what type of AV system to implement, we need some more refined information.
Yes.
And that will take some time and some cost, but we can certainly develop those things and then bring them back to the city council.
Thank you. I think there was I think that there was a consensus more on doing for potentially a combined wireless with the cameras, but I think that's going to be based now on whether or not we have fixed or mobile, whether they're static or the PTZ. And maybe some numbers attached to what some of that looks like. Again, you know, moving the things, setting, the whole idea of going to fixed was to get away from that cost and to upgrade the system so that it was more fixed and more efficient. So, sorry. Thank you. I will, we can all give our input to the city manager who can work with Mr. Qualick on that. Thank you. And we'll try and do it in a process that's not too long since you're going to be out on paternity leave. So moving on to item 9B, City Manager Kimball.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This is an annual event, a community grant that the city offered. I'm giving to my page. Here we go. So we have this year's budgeted is $70,000, $35,000 from the general fund, $25,000 from ARPA funds, and 60, right? Yeah. Did I say something else? Okay, sorry. Total we had budgeted at $60,000. We received 16 applications, and this is and the amount, the request amount, perhaps it was the largest amount in the history. And I wanted to thank Councilmember Edwards and her committee, comprised with of CFAC members and a citizen, to review this applications, and it took them half a day to deliberate, review, and make a recommendation. And with that, I'm going to kick it off to Councilmember Edwards.
I'm going to stop there for a minute, please. Mr. Newmeyer, I have two council members asking for clarification. Councilmember Barton is a member of Morro Bay and Bloom, and Councilmember Edwards, Councilmember Ford's business does some work for the Morro Bay Maritime Museum. No problem?
Mine.
So are you're both not paid by these groups? Or
No,
are you?
I need to recuse myself. I didn't get a chance to do it before
Sure.
she began to speak. I
Yeah,
interrupted her.
if you have a financial interest in these groups,
Yeah.
then you should recuse yourself from making a decision on whether the groups get money. If you simply volunteer for the groups, then you don't have a financial interest, and at that point, it would just simply be whether or not you can make an unbiased decision for the group. But if you have a financial interest, then there is a Political Reform Act conflict.
Yeah, it's just barely, but it's enough.
Okay.
So I'm going to recuse myself right now.
Does that answer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You're good. Mhm.
So, thank you, City Manager Kimball. Sorry, I got thrown off there for a minute. I think I'd like to first start by saying that this was a complicated endeavor that we were asked to do when you have a certain amount of funding and a greater ask. This year, somewhat similar to last year, I started noticing something that we might potentially be running into with this process. One of which is the application itself and the process itself with regard to the organizations and whether or not they directly have an impact on Morro Bay or indirectly have an impact on Morro Bay. So the application itself, I think for the people, the organizations that submitted, I think can be a little bit, could be a little bit convoluted. And i.e., when we were, as a committee, were reviewing it, it got us there as well. So I think I would, at a future time, possibly a future agenda item, it would make sense to me that this council or another council would more than likely want to review that application for a couple reasons. One would be, currently this year, we had $60,000. Next year, we're actually going to have 35. So to this year notice that we were getting an increased amount of submissions, and on top of that, the submissions that we've had before submit again with a bigger ask. And then on top of that, we received new ones that were new to us that we've never had submit before. So with all that kind of in this discussion, I worked with my committee over here that I'd like to introduce. I've got two CFAC members, Michael Woody and Sarah Love. And then I was encouraged to get a resident to be in on the conversation with us. And the first person that came to my mind is Jean Ryan. She has experience working with grant funding and awarding monies like this. So we asked her to be a part of the committee. Again, I think where we got was this initial drilling down on the submissions, and then you kind of, at that point, there was a little bit of concern that how do you distinguish between an organization who does work on a broader level throughout, the region or maybe along the coastline or what have you, as opposed to an organization that does direct work within our community. So we took that mindset and went with that. But then we got into, okay, there are some organizations where there's a certain amount of number of people that maybe are directly impacted by the use of this service or this program or whatever project this organization has submitted for. So then you can start getting into the percentages, and hopefully you can see where I'm going. We have, again, less money, more ask. So ultimately, it is the full council's purview to decide on the monies awarded to these individual organizations. So on behalf of the committee, who I thank so much for being here tonight and taking 3 hours and change plus homework to review all of these applicants, I felt, along with the committee, that it might be best to bring this to council. I want to be very, very clear, the ones that didn't receive money during this initial phase, it was not us completely denying them. It was just trying to figure out, how to divvy up the money. So that's how we got here. So, Mayor, I don't know where you want to go from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Edwards. And thank you to the three of you very much for your service on this committee. We appreciate it, your time and knowledge. And for the CFAC members, thank you for the extra step up. City Manager Kimball, is there anything else from you?
No, Mayor, I think I'm anxious to see what council's direction as far as the allocation goes. And if necessary, staff also have the history and when it comes, we can present the history of award.
Thank you. Questions, Councilmember Barton?
I can see when I looked at this today what a lot of work had gone into this. Like you were saying, so many ways that you could slice it and dice it. It's a lot.
Thank you. Questions, Councilmember Landrum? Questions?
I'm curious. I appreciate the volunteers and all the work on this. I'm curious if Was the process just looking at the applications, or was there, I mean, some of these I wouldn't know whether, what the benefit, like, for instance, there's a lot of them that involve people in need, and in my mind, I would ask someone that deals with that, and I'm wondering if you had done that, like, I would actually, Sharon O'Leary called me, and I did ask her about some of these things, and she gave me her feedback, which was enlightening.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I did speak with Sharon O'Leary, among other people. I also reviewed some of the past information with staff, left the meeting a couple times to have some questions answered. And so, yes, that definitely was considered, and why we are here tonight, especially with regard to CAPSLO and Los Osos Cares, is and trying to figure out, if we wanted to, how we wanted to contribute money to, in particular with those dealing with our food insecure, as opposed to our unhoused, as opposed to our seniors, who's being fed like bags of love, where it's more toward family and children. I think maybe if I might make another suggestion, possibly looking at the ones that we didn't fund at this point, and then working from that direction, and hopefully myself or the committee would be able to answer any questions that you have, if that helps.
Yeah, the two that I really have questions about are CAPSLO, which I feel like is they help our, they actively, they're an organization that does direct work with our community. And also Sea Otter Savvy, same, that gives us an added economic boost too, and I think that those two are critical. And then I just will give you my feedback in talking to Sharon O'Leary, that she said, I asked her about I asked her about all of the different agencies that are involved in needy, like food insecure people, and she told me that the senior nutrition program is
Councilmember Landrieu, can we stick to just questions, and then we'll go to comments?
okay.
Just questions on it first. Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to answer any of those questions?
I did want to say, I don't know if this will help. As far as CAPSLO, yes. I did want to kind of drill down on that one in particular, because I addressed this both with staff, and I spoke with Chief Watkins with regard to how our Community Resource Center handles some of its services. Also, our officer, Jason Holland, and how some of those components work into the showers at the library. But more importantly, I was looking at how 40 Prado Center works into us as well. And so some of the components, and Chief Watkins, if I forget anything, please feel free to chime in. But some of the components of that, CAPSLO actually gave us a number. I think it was like 30 people that they had assisted. And, I know from looking at the numbers, say the dollar amounts, for example, that the city of SLO and the city of Aurora Grande gave, each at around $9,000. We are a much smaller community, but at the same time, we are pretty much, our biggest partner is CAPSLO. So determining, how to distribute the funding that way, we still kind of ran into a little snag. So then we started looking at, if we don't have a percentage really available in the application as to, what is that, what percentage of us do they serve as opposed to another community? This is kind of where I'm getting back into maybe in the process itself, in the application, the organization maybe next time we would have directly impacts Morro Bay, indirectly impacts Morro Bay, and then kind of allow for them to drill down on that. But suffice to say, we don't have a shelter. We don't have a warming shelter here. And so they do provide that for us. We don't have safe parking. We don't have, some of those resources. And so they do definitely fill in that gap. Did you want to add anything else, Chief? Sorry.
Nope, I think you said it perfectly.
Thank you. I think I'm going to go to public comment on this, and then we'll bring it back. I have 4 speaker slips: Janice Peters, Cheryl Brantley, Richard Sadowski, and Sharon, I don't want to say your last name wrong, and Irapor.
Hello.
Janice, hello.
Janice Peters, representing By the Sea Productions, and we are very grateful to be considered again. We have received grant funding from me before. We bought lighting, theater lighting, and this time we have a sound system that has just been installed, and if you come see the next show, you'll hear it working. We do service the community. Yes, this is entertainment, but we have regular audience members from our residents, and we have a lot of tourist audience members who come in as well. So we are providing something for the community there, and also, as we noted in our application, we buy everything that we can in Morro Bay. We hire their services in this town. We support the community center, we support the chamber, and we also give scholarships to the high school. So we are trying as a theater not only to entertain, but to be an active, helpful part of the community. And I really appreciate your keeping us on the list. And also we announce at every performance, we announce what Morro Bay has done, what we have done with the grant monies, and every time the audience applauds. So getting a lot of good PR. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Richard Sadowski and Sharon.
Good evening, Richard Sadowski, Homefront EJ. We put in an application called the Morro Bay Estuary Air Monitoring Project. In 2019, the City Council of Morro Bay gave us a grant, and we started and it kicked off our Morro Bay Estuary Air Monitoring Project, when we call it the M-Beam Project. And since then, we are establishing baseline carbon dioxide data around the estuary, and we were able to expand to the next phase, and we have 2 stationary air monitors that we have put in on the Barcadero, or near the estuary. And we've also are collaborating with the Carbon Lab of Cal Poly, and we're proud to be part of the College Core program. I have a couple of pictures of our project in action. We were part of the, right there is a picture of the Morro Bay High School students. They come out on a field trip, and we have the seniors and the juniors, and then we have our College Core interns present and teach them about ocean acidification, the importance of our blue carbon area, the estuary, and the correlation between the carbon dioxide levels and ocean acidification, and taking a 3-prong approach to studying the estuary: land, which is the sediment; water quality, which is done by the Cal Poly; and then we bring in the real-time air monitoring to that equation. And that's a picture of our booth over there at the Earth Day at Cal Poly, and one of our College Core interns. So, you know, what we're asking for is for a replacement of one of our air monitors that we had gotten from the city, and we need to upgrade it now. And we were asking for $3,500 there. But if you can't supply all of it, any funding would be appreciated. And those of you who are interested in our project and want to donate, you can go to ecologistics.org and donate on the M-Beam Flip cause there. But yeah, we would like you to reconsider and see if you can help us out with an air monitor. That air monitor right there is being held by one of the college cores, is the one that we want to replace. Thank you.
Richard, can I ask you a question before you walk away? Is there not funding through the College Core program at Cal Poly for these monitors?
You know, this is a challenging area to get funding because most of the studies on ocean acidification are water-based, so they get water funding from them. The College Core programs, basically, what they're doing is they're giving us interns, and the interns get $10,000 a year stipend to work on our project. And so we go out and we work with them, and they, teach them how to give presentations and then also collaborating not only through the community, but within the university. A lot of times, I have interns from, studying computer science all the way to statistics, and so.
Okay, thank you. So I see the two people from Sea Otter Savvy left, so public comment is open. Anyone for public comment on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
No, Mayor Wixom, there are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. If there's no public comment, I will close and bring it back to council. Any other questions before we go to comments? Go ahead.
Mayor, would you like to hear from the committee at all? Would that be helpful?
It's up to the committee if they'd like to add anything. Is there anything you want to add?
I'll have to put you on the spot, sorry. Sorry, Michael.
Come up during public comment.
I know, sorry.
Mayor, member of the Morro Bay City Council, it's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Michael Aaron Woody. I'm a member of CFAC, along with Sarah Love and, of course, Gene Ryan. We did everything we could to go through a lot of paperwork to help answer some questions and to come up with some potential recommendations for you to consider here tonight. Much of what we did was to carefully go through each one of these applications where we were given, and just so the community and the community in general understands, we were given the full applications, some of which were hundreds of pages of tax documents, records, and everything else about these organizations. We found that some of these organizations were fully being supported by individuals who are not being paid whatsoever. We had other organizations in which we found almost 50% of the money that went to them went towards a couple of people that were on payroll. So there were a lot of different things that we were taking into consideration with this. But one of the most fundamental ideas was, one, we were looking for clarity from all the applicants. Some of the applicants were very clear on what they wanted to use the money for, without getting to details of each one of them. Some of the applicants, on the flip of it, were very generalized about what they were going to do. They would say, we need this money for this, but there was no explanation of what this was or what this product was going to be that they wanted to purchase or what they were going to specifically do. Where some applicants actually came to us and said, here's a complete financial breakdown with bids, items, what we wanted to purchase and what we were going to do. Those types of things we also took in consideration, amongst the most important one, which is we are spending the dollars of the taxpayers of this community. So what will most impact and help out the people of this community? Those were just tapping on some of the questions that we had to ask ourselves. So with that, we came up with many of the recommendations that you see here tonight. Obviously, from that, it is basically, as we like to say on CFAC, it's your bat and your ball. And obviously your recommendations that we will always acquiesce to. But we hope that this is a good starting point in your discussions here tonight.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Jean. Appreciate it. So I guess my question's going to be, what was the rationale then, Councilmember Edwards, for not doing any funding for Sea Otter Savvy? I know that was a question that Councilmember Landrum asked.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So on Sea Otter Savvy, again, I want to reiterate, it wasn't about denying them. It was just one we couldn't really figure out or get a consensus on. And as far as Sea Otter Savvy, it was about, I remember them mentioning about 122, I think, children that they had educated, I think starting from 2022, somewhere in there. And again, we're talking about the year 2024. And I was not sure, they also did not have any itemizing of, kayak rental, permits, whatever they would need in order to do the education. So I think it came down to them not having specifics. And I think that's what Michael here is referring to. So it made it complicated for us. So basically on that one, it was about they do educate our community. Specifically, they do education for children. It looked like they are now trying to engage Morro Bay more, but yet they are doing the coastline, like coastal towns, so not just Morro Bay. They also didn't have any other information with regard to funding, I don't think. And so they were also new to us. So I think we just had questions.
Thank you. Did you have something you wanted?
I'm just here to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions before we go to comments?
Yeah, I guess I would say, so I guess I'm kind of confused, and in general, I think we should, I appreciate what you were, Councilmember Edwards, what you were bringing up at the beginning, how there should be a more defined policy.
Yeah.
Where I also think there should be a policy in how we create this subcommittee and all of that too. And I'm wondering if it was a requirement that there was a request, if it was a request that they list what they were going to do, and if, and be really specific. I mean, some of these people may not be familiar with the process. I don't know, was it clear, did you just like it because some people did really specify and some didn't?
Well, when you're trying to divide money up and try to determine how much, is direct impact on our community and how much would be indirect, it does complicate it. I mean, you would want to, at least we felt it would be important to look at those in terms of, numbers are important, or could be in this case when we're trying to divvy up money between as many applicants as we have. I'm wondering if maybe I might be of help here. And maybe look at it this way. We had the Dog Alliance group. We had the Sea Otter group. What was the other one that was? Those were the two new ones that, were kind of either animal, like part of our community, people who enjoy their dogs, take their pets, to, the dog park there, maintenance of that. The Sea Otters is more of an educational format, but also dealing with an animal that we clearly all love. And I was wondering if maybe we could start with a number in those, maybe at like 2,000, if you would be comfortable with that.
What do you mean?
Starting with a number just to get us somewhere, like 2,000, maybe doing 2,000 for a Dog Alliance, which is their maintenance, their trash can emptying of their.
Yeah, no, I read all of the.
No, I know, I'm just trying to get us started somewhere.
I can help get started. No, I'm not interested in cutting from them. You talked about
Okay, you wanna stay
organizations
there.
that had not applied before. Therefore, for me, those are organizations that both are in our community that are worthy of funding, that have not received funds. This is really limited. I don't want to overthink the $60,000. But I also realize that to some of these organizations, this funding makes a big difference in their options. And next year, everybody needs to take note that if there's only 35,000, it's not going to go very far at all, because the 60 doesn't. No, I'm not, I understand the thing with CapSlow. I guess for me, I'm struggling a little bit with some of them that were fully funded, and some of them then that received nothing, and then others that received partials. The senior nutrition program, when you equate CapSlow, which I'm not interested at this point in funding CAPSLO, but, you know, they provide an essential service that we're a part of. We do our CDBG money goes to unhoused services that we partner with in the county, which again is very limited for the return that we get in services. But, you know, they just received $1 million from the Bezos Foundation, and their funding mechanisms are very high, and their salaries are very high. That being said, it's still a very worthy organization. But the senior nutrition program, then I can make the same argument where you plugged in $8,000. It's a federally funded program that, when I looked at their budget in here, receives over $2 million. So I'm not, you know, for me, it's not equitable to give them, you know, $8,000 of a $10,000 request from our very limited funds and give nothing to a local organization like Sea Otter Savvy that was just down in our bay a week ago, 2 weeks ago, for National Sea Otter Week, for a week-long educational opportunities. They were at the Iron Man setting up a booth, all of those things that they're doing. So I would recommend consideration of taking, you know, $2,000 or $3,000 from that fund and plugging it into Sea Otter Savvy. Again, you know, looking at the contributions from San Luis and Arroyo Grande, like you had equated to CAPSLO, which they're both bigger, it seems that, you know, to me, giving $5,000 would be equal to the same as what they did with San Luis and Arroyo Grande with CAPSLO, you know, equity-wise, equability, yeah, I can't even say it now, it's getting late.
I know. Sorry, Mayor, 5 there.
No. So, I mean, that would be one of my recommendations. I don't know if that's supported.
I also, like, EcoSlow coastal cleanups is a worthy cause, I agree, but it could be viewed as not specific to Morro Bay, because it's the coast in general.
Oh, okay, so maybe I should clarify on that one. They did add creeks this year, and I know there was something like 950 pounds of stuff that they did pick up in the last few years, most recently the September 21st cleanup that they had. So they did say that, I think there was something in there, correct me if I'm wrong, or you want to add anything, Michael, to this one, that there was, you know, they had added the creek area. Of course, we had the storms, and so I think our thought process was, you know, that was a definite added benefit for them to come pick up our creek area too, in the mouths of the creeks there.
Oh, definitely, it's just they're fully funded, whereas, like, that is just one that's, you know, it isn't a huge amount of money when you compare it to the senior nutrition program, but it is fully funded. And also the Diversity Coalition of San Luis County. I don't know, like, specifically, that one goes to schools and educates.
It actually provided, that one, the amount of money that they were asking for was for several speakers. Last year with the, I believe, 1,500 or 1,000 that we gave them, that afforded one speaker, of which 75 children engaged in.
Yeah,
So
I agree with the mayor, for sure, that the senior nutrition program could be. When I spoke to Sharon O'Leary, she said that they are federally funded, and she said that no one likes their food. It has too much salt and too much sugar. And then as far as CAPSLO, her comments on that were that Morro Bay, it has the best reputation in the county for case management, and that it's large, you know, that has CAPSLO really provides a lot. They are always at the community dinner, and I think they do other outreach as well, other days at the library parking lot too, if I remember right. So I agree they have a lot of money, but it's just maybe for me more of an optics thing, like they do help us a lot.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may add, or maybe see what your thought is on this. Is there amount of money that is there somewhere that you feel, not obviously the 8,000, but based on the partnership that we have, that you feel?
I don't know, like, maybe.
3, 4?
Maybe instead of the, I mean, I think that they provide a lot for us. Maybe the $1,000 that we're giving to the Diversity Coalition, we could give to Capslo instead, because they provide diversity, and they handle everything. So I kind of feel like that could maybe be switched.
Maybe I should ask, are there any of these that you agree upon the amount? Let's go that route.
Yeah, all the others. I mean,
So by the
Morro Bay
Sea-
and Bloom,
Okay,
Central Coast Dog Park, Kindness Cares Coalition, Morro Bay Art Association, Morro Bay Maritime Museum. I'm curious, what's the $352? Why is it just not $5,000?
because the Del Mar PTA at 6708 and by the Sea at 5940, that's kind of the change, that's that 352, I believe.
Well, could we maybe do 6,000 to the PTA and, I don't know, would that make a difference? And then would we have we would have 1,000 if we did 6,000 to the PTA and rounded down the.
Oh, and $5,000 to the
Yeah.
Morro Bay Maritime Museum, and $1,000 to Community Action Partners. And that would leave everything else intact.
Well, and what are we doing with Sea Otter Savvy?
Moving
thought-
$3,000
yeah,
from the
3.
senior nutrition program.
That's what I have.
Does that work? Does that work?
I'm looking to you.
That's better.
Okay. Any other discussion on this?
Where did we ended up on Capslo, Mayor?
Capslo, $1,000, 352, making an even 5,000 to the Maritime Museum, and an even 6,000 to Del Mar PTA, and that gives 1,000 to Capslo.
Sorry, what was the number on the Maritime Museum?
5,000.
Oh, okay.
City Clerk, are you capturing this?
It's captured on video.
Well, I mean,
All right.
getting the number.
Are there any other
Sure.
recommended changes at this point? Nope. Nope.
Looking to you.
Then I'm going to make a motion to approve the funding on item 9B with those few changes, 4 changes. Community Action Partners, Senior Nutrition, Sea Otter Savvy, and Del Mar.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, working on this with myself and the committee. Appreciate it.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Perfect. Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0, 1 abstain. Thank you. Thank you again for your help. Thank you, Councilmember Edwards. Thank you to the groups who applied. We have 20 minutes left. How fast are you, Mr. Singwall? We can at least lay the foundation.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, Erlen Singwall, Community Development Director. This item is a request for council direction on a request for qualifications for the development of city-owned properties known as Market Plaza. So this slide here shows the city-owned parcels that make up the Market Plaza property. It includes the existing commercial building on the bluff top at 781, 783, and 785 Market Avenue, as well as the public parking lot just below it on Embarcadero and Pacific, the Centennial Parkway, and the other public parking lot that we call the upper parking lot on Pacific and Market Avenue. Again, these parcels are collectively referred to as the Market Plaza property, and this exhibit here really shows Market Plaza is ideally located at the end of Morro Bay Boulevard and adjacent to Centennial Parkway, which has made it an important part of the city's economic development strategy, as reflected in past planning documents and studies that are summarized here. This exhibit is from the Downtown Waterfront Strategic Plan, the red area showing the boundaries of the downtown, and blue, of course, the waterfront and Embarcadero area. And you can see again how critical the location of this property is really as that pivotal connection between the downtown and waterfront. So again, there have been several studies done over the years and planning documents prepared that really underscore and emphasize the importance of the Market Plaza property as an opportunity for the city. In 2016, a architectural firm prepared a concept plan for Centennial Parkway from Market Avenue, Morro Bay Boulevard to the Harbor Walk. In 2017, the Morro Bay Economic Development Roadmap also identified the property as an opportunity area for economic development. The Downtown Waterfront Strategic Plan, again, the exhibit here is from that plan, and really the purpose is to connect and enhance Morro Bay's downtown and waterfront areas. And as I'll show on the next slide in a minute here, the Market Plaza property was identified as a catalyst project to help implement that, the vision of the Downtown Waterfront Strategic Plan. Then finally, in the discussions with the Downtown Design District Council Subcommittee, the importance of revitalization of the downtown area has been a major part of that discussion. And finally, with the Waterfront Master Plan update that hopefully will be soon underway, it will include visioning for this property and Centennial Plaza. So here's that exhibit I mentioned from the Downtown Waterfront Strategic Plan, identifying Market Plaza as a catalyst project and specifically calling out an implementation action for the council to issue a request for qualifications, soliciting proposals from developers to develop a full-service hotel. In 2017, the City Council met and approved the scope of a request for qualifications. That RFQ was circulated by a real estate broker in 2018. In 2019, 2021, the city received several letters of interest from various hotel developers. And most recently, just last month, the city decided to go ahead and release a new request for qualifications. And the major motivation behind that decision was just the change in significant factors during COVID between 2018 and now. The economy has changed fairly substantially for Morro Bay. There have been the comprehensive zoning code update went into effect, which removed the planned development overlay from the property, which could affect how it's developed. And then, of course, there's been some changes in city leadership since that time as well. And so the sentiment was that those changes really justified a new RFQ process to make sure the public interest is best served with development plans for the property. So staff is seeking council direction this evening to, on a few specific questions, to kind of scope out and proceed with the new RFQ process for the property. The three questions are: what parcels should be included in the RFQ? Should the property be available for sale, lease, or both? And what is the council's vision for Market Plaza? As far as the first question regarding which parcels to be included, so again, you can see the various sites here. The staff recommendation on this one is to proceed the same as the 2018 RFQ and to include all of the parcels. I think what makes this site such a unique opportunity for the city is that these parcels have already been assembled under single city ownership. I think that really adds a lot of value. It makes the site really attractive to a developer, which could really help the city maximize its return on investment for this property. In addition, having a larger site creates the potential for maximizing TOT revenue for the city, and as if a larger development project is able to be feasible and move forward on this project, that increases opportunities for the city to be able to partner with the developer to develop Centennial Parkway. So second question, should the property be available for lease, sell, or both? Staff recommendation is both, or really not specifying, but creating as much flexibility as possible, depending on, what the city's financial needs and goals are when the city does enter into an agreement with a developer, and for, the sell, lease, or both decision to be made just during negotiations with the developer. So keep it open, as that provides the most flexibility to best serve the city's interest. And then finally, the third question, the most complicated and challenging one, is what is the council's vision for Market Plaza? And as you consider this question, keep in mind that any development project that ultimately proceeds on this site is going to have to be reviewed, very closely for consistency with the zoning code and the general plan and local coastal program. When we have an actual development project to review, we'll have a lot of technical studies to review, and there will be a public forum before the Planning Commission to consider, questions such as, design, bulk, scale, height, compatibility. Is it the right fit for, Morro Bay and the surrounding area? So we're not asking for council direction to design the project at this point. It's really just what are the overarching, objectives that should be reflected in the RFQ. So based on staff's review of those past planning documents and the review of the project file, our understanding of the project objectives is to increase city TOT revenue, develop Centennial Parkway, stimulate economic development both on the Embarcadero and the downtown area, and promote what makes Morro Bay special and unique. So have it be a good fit for the unique attractions and qualities of Morro Bay, and then also to minimize loss of parking with respect to the fact that two of the sites for Market Plaza are currently serve as public parking. So with that in mind, a recommendation from staff on this question of the vision is to build on the 2018 RFQ project scope, but add to it to broaden the scope a bit to create opportunities for health and wellness type use, not necessarily limiting use to health and wellness, but broadening the scope to create that opportunity. So the recommendation would be to specify in the RFQ for a TOT generating land use, so not necessarily a full service hotel, but some TOT generating land use, and then, example hotel, retreat, or resort, for a parking structure with public and private parking spaces, partnering with the city to help develop Centennial Parkway, and include elements that promote Morro Bay's natural places, cultural amenities, and scenic resources, gathering and event spaces, and finally, give preference. So not necessarily requiring proposals to include a health and wellness retreat, but give preference to ones that do. The significance of the bold, underlined, italicized text here is these are new features compared to what was shown in the 2018 request for qualifications. So in conclusion, staff recommends council provide the requested direction on how to proceed with future requests for qualifications. Based on council direction, staff would return to council with a draft request for qualifications that reflects council direction this evening, and staff is available for questions. And I did want to just point out as well one additional option the council might want to consider that I didn't really call out in the PowerPoint here, is to just give direction to release, essentially make minimum updates to the 2018 RFQ and re-release it. That would be the most expedient path, as it wouldn't necessarily require bringing it back to council. So if there is support for that RFQ that's attached to your packet, we could just change the dates and make sure everything reflects current information and re-release that, or provide direction tonight on modifying the scope of the RFQ, and we can bring that back for council review before it's marketed.
Thank you, Mr. Singwald. A question, the property that you put up and that we're talking about putting out in its entirety, is that including the intent to close the street or not including the intent to close the street on that you put up with the?
So it would reflect an intent to close the street, but I think that would be an element that could, be negotiated depending on the projects that come forward.
So that is included in that scope to close
Yes,
that?
that was included, yes.
Questions? Questions?
Okay.
Quickly.
Okay, if, Mr. Singwald, if, I was wondering, if the properties were sold separately, could someone at some point build a, like, and the upper building, like, I'm just wondering if the lower building would block out the view of the upper building? Would that ever be a potential possibility? Like, say the building stayed the way it is and was repurposed as it is, and the two other lots were sold as well, but separately, would the lower lot be able to block out the current view of the building currently as it is? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it is kind of difficult to speculate on different, development scenarios. I will say that the lower parking lot is within the current bounds of the waterfront master plan, and so it's subject to a lower height limit. But I wouldn't be able to say right now whether or not that means it wouldn't block the view of the existing building.
Okay, and did I read that correctly, that the past RFQ went out in 2017? And so it wasn't, no one responded until 2019 and 2020, so that there were 2 years that nothing happened?
That's why in the staff report in my presentation, I emphasize based on staff's review of the project information, because there's a lot of history. I did my best to go through all of it and kind of outline the chronology, and I was able to find proposals from 2019 and 2021, but I can't say with certainty that there weren't other proposals before that.
Okay. And let's see, I guess this one, okay, could you or somebody explain to me exactly how the project links the downtown to the waterfront? Because there is there's all different scenarios that I play out in my mind. If you are eliminating parking that has been there historically on those two lots, then logically, all the parking is going to be pushed up into the downtown area, and that will potentially negatively affect the downtown, which wouldn't be necessarily a positive thing for downtown. And, let's see, I had another note in here about that. I guess just how does that connect, and what are we connecting to? Because what we do have in downtown, especially the block right above above Market Street, is like a real estate office, a massage parlor, and
Questions, please.
I guess I'm just wondering what we're connecting, and how do we know that this is a fact that we will connect?
So I think the idea behind it is if the Centennial Parkway is developed, for example, there was this 2016 conceptual rendering for major redevelopment of Centennial Parkway, and that may not necessarily be the actual vision that plays out in the future. But if it is redeveloped, it really would become a major focal point that could attract visitors who normally would just come down to the Embarcadero area. It could invite them up the Centennial Parkway stairs and into the downtown to support economic development in the downtown area, where visitors don't visit as frequently as Embarcadero.
Okay, because if a building, would it also depend on the mass and the height of the building? Because if it was something that was really tall and massive, it might punctuate and create such a definition of downtown and the Embarcadero that it's not connecting. It's really not connecting at all. And I just kind of I'm so confused at the kind of like, it's just a given that they will be connected, and I don't see that as a for sure thing. And so I guess that's more of a comment. I'll move on. let's see. Okay, another one is how, there's a figure in the staff report with a dollar amount for the potential if there's a hotel. And I'm wondering how it's assumed that, that number, I mean, how do we get that number? And have we considered, when we come up with that number, are we considering the potential loss of TOT and other hotels that, you know, this one is drawn, you know, there's only so many customers coming to Morro Bay, and they're only going to, like, because there's a hotel, does it necessarily mean that's going to make more people come to Morro Bay? Or I'm just curious about that, how the number, the revenue number.
Yeah, so the number you're referring to is the $300,000 to $800,000 a year in additional TOT revenue. That was a relatively, it was a rough estimate, just looking at other newer hotel developments in the city limits and the TOT that's been generated and making some extrapolations. But yeah, it's a very, very rough estimate.
And so it hasn't considered all of those things?
It wasn't a comprehensive market analysis to.
Okay.
I agree that it's not comprehensive analysis, and I wanted to address the question regarding the potential revenue loss. Again, we didn't do in-depth analysis on that, but based on my understanding, talking with hotelers, they are saying that these kind of hotels are not the one that market is driven, is one of something that more upper scale hotel, whereby the rates are going to be higher than our current the rates that in Morro Bay. Currently, some hotelers has been sharing that with me, that it's for some reason when they want to open new hotel here, they look in the market and they couldn't make the rate go high. The rate here is simply just the rate here is lower than what they would have got in other locations. Of course, there's many reasons for that. So basically, my understanding is that this is going to be a different kind of hotel, and the hotel is going to be more expensive and the rate is higher. So does this potentially going to take away from others? And it could, but other hotel could also give them a lift and to try to perhaps doing more work remodel or something like that, so that they can, if necessary, there's the market, they can increase their rate as well.
Okay, thank you. It's regarding, okay, the gathering and event space. That's more of a comment, I guess. The parking, okay, what contracts does the city currently have with leaseholders to lease the parking spaces, and how will the city satisfy these if those lots are used?
So I can my only knowledge on that is the parking lot on Pacific and Market Avenue. I know a few of those parking spaces have been leased pursuant to a lease agreement with the city for Tidelands leases. But that's all I can really respond with.
Let's see.
I'm going to stop you, Councilmember Landrum, and ask council for permission to go 30 minutes over to finish. We didn't have closed session, and ask that we get succinct on the questions or come back so we can get public comment and get some decisions. Are you ready with more questions, or we got to move faster? We will not get through this item.
The number of TOT rooms and the number of tourists, do we know I guess I kind of already asked this. Do we know the relationship between the two? What equals?
Yeah, I'm just trying to answer this question. The occupation rate as hotel, we just went over that the other day with incoming council members, is about 67% in Morro Bay.
I thought it was more like 62%.
the changes varies, and the Vision Morbe will tell you that because Highway 1's closure has kind of impact us more so than our neighbors in south of us.
Okay, and do we know, there's one question I don't, like, we don't know what this would be a waterfront lease or hotel, TOT, and in talking with Visit Morro Bay, they don't have data on what that occupancy is, and so I feel like that's a missing bit of data that's pretty important. Why do we think Morro Bay would be a destination for a conference center? Is that?
Again, let me try this one. I have a little bit longer history than Erlen on this one. We have been reading the reports from, as Erlen suggested, the files go a long way, and then we did our best to go through the files, and then it suggests that at some point there's study after study suggests that a meeting facility is necessary. Also, the other day in talking with Visit Morro Bay CEO, it was brought up again on the meeting space. Not those 1,000-person meeting space, but a smaller 100 or 200, these kind of smaller scale meeting space, but it's decent enough to hold a event for such as a club want to have a dinner and things like that.
Okay, and then in the case that a developer partners with the city to develop Centennial Parkway, how does that process work? Is that, is there like public input on this, or is it like, I'm just unclear of how that process works.
So from a financial standpoint, that's something that would just be negotiated with the selected developer. When the project goes forward to Planning Commission, there could be some public input on the actual, public benefits and improvements and design of those facilities. But again, the financial situation will be negotiated with the developer, between the council and the developer.
And with a public-private partnership, is that just until the building is built kind of deal, or is that a longer-term partnership? How does that work?
And it's all subject to negotiations.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to make one quick comment. I wanted to thank you, Mr. Singwall, for having gone into all the previous. It was great to see that history, and it was helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to open public comment on this item and ask you all to help us, if you can be as succinct as possible, so we can try and get some direction.
I will be
Thank
succinct.
you.
Jeff
Thank
Muller.
you.
I was involved early on when the RFQ first came out. Our concern at the time was we got so little response to it. So I don't know if you have ideas about, maybe talk with McCarty Davis and say, hey, we really want our phones to ring off the hook about this. I don't know if it wasn't presented right, or maybe the market was different then, but I think getting a number of responses is super important. With respect to the visioning of what's going to go in it, what isn't, there have been so many meetings. This is very similar to upgrading the Vets Hall. This has been talked about ad infinitum. The vision is there. When I look at this, the vision's not substantially different than what we did in 2017 and 18. So my concern is how many developers are going to look at this. The second point I wanted to make is the parking lot on the Pacific and Market. That's a parcel you might want to keep separate, and maybe talk to Walker Parking about what the feasibility and cost would be to build a parking structure there. I know parking's a huge issue for this whole development, but that might be an option to look at. But I wouldn't wait too much longer for more work on the downtown, the waterfront master plan or any other plan. We have the plans, we have the vision. Let's just get more people to respond and see where we come out. So thanks for all your work.
God, I haven't spoken this much in a long time. Okay, Janice Peters, back again. connection between downtown and the Embarcadero. Before this city took back that property, the owner had promised with his rental of it or purchase of it, I don't remember, to put in an elevator between the two. That was the whole point. He didn't do it, and we never got that. It was supposed to be done. That would have been the connection, up and down, with, you know, ability for people in wheelchairs and everything else. Please make sure that what in lieu parking was provided there for the various projects that were approved along the Embarcadero. There was a lot of them, and that parking lot was used for the in lieu parking requirement. So if you take that away, what are you doing to all that in lieu parking? That's number two. Community center. When I first moved here and was on the Planning Commission in 1991, the owner of the Morro Bay Inn in Morro Bay, and also the chamber director at the time, said, oh my gosh, if we could just get a community center that would handle groups of 500. Not more, just 500, because that's the maximum for things like medical conventions, conferences, not conventions, conferences, events, all that sort of thing. The Inn at Morro Bay only holds 300 in their largest room. They said if we had 500, we get requests all the time. The chamber said they got requests all the time, and there's no place to tell them, no. Well, but about your vets hall, well, that's used for the city. We can't rent it out for things like that all the time. Conference center, I have been pushing for a conference center for 30 years now. We need that, and it would be great in this location. Think about it, wedding receptions, all kinds of things. It's an automatic attraction of our city for conferences here. And the conferences that have come, the small ones, those people come to the conference, go home and tell their families and their friends, oh my gosh, Morro Bay is this incredible place. You ought to go there. They bring people back. If we had a conference center, it would be a developer of more tourism. Other than that, Susan Stewart wrote a very good letter about this to you. I totally support everything she said in that. There's so many things to think about here, and it's been, as some people have said, a lot's been said before. Conference center, yes. In lieu parking, yes. And an elevator. Thank you.
Good evening again, Bill Martin. I'm kind of on the opposite page where sometimes less is more. To take a little village as far as Morro Bay and to put a mega center in the center of it, I think it might be the wrong location. I've always spoke as far as trying to take the Breakers, which is a historical building, and restore and rehab it. Save your parking on the Embarcadero. Don't pave it over. Don't, supersize it with some, resort and that. You will pull away from the rest of the motels and hotels, especially the motels in town. How many motels do you need in that general area? There must be a half a dozen to a dozen right now. If you're thinking about a motel or resort, probably one of your best locations, or a good location, is your wastewater treatment plant. That would be a beachfront resort. It wouldn't impact the Embarcadero with more and bigger like LA. And it has the zoning, you have the ocean there. It'd be a brand new attraction. And you wouldn't have to give up the parking, you wouldn't kind of supersize, the town itself. I just think it might pay to actually think through a different set of eyes, downsize this market plaza to keep Morro Bay a little more quaint and what people actually leave the city to see, as opposed to this big convention center in the center of town. And think about the wastewater treatment plant site. It is really ideal, and it just might be a different way of looking at it. And I think that's pretty much it, but just to save the quaintness of the Breakers and keep the parking down below, and don't give up your parking because it's really critical. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for spending the time this evening. I really appreciate it. So as an entrepreneur and as an educator in the public sector for over 15 years, I'm speaking to encourage us all to think outside the box. What I'm hearing a lot of is the same RFQ as 2018, same data, same studies. Hasn't a lot changed since 2018, 2016? So can we perhaps have an idea to think of new ideas besides a hotel? The past and still current recommendations are to propose a plan that includes a hotel. It's been the same story and idea for the past several years, and maybe it hasn't taken off because it's not truly the most viable economic solution for Morro Bay. So this approach overlooks a critical economic principle that more hotel rooms do not equate to higher occupancy rates. The average occupancy rate over the last 19 years was 54% overall average. So more hotel rooms does not mean an increase in tourism. Look at the past 2 decades. Hotels have been built, but the TOT has not increased. And people do not visit a city for a hotel. They visit a place for an experience, a unique experience, an enriching experience that feels good. So let's create a new reason, a non-seasonal year-round reason for people to come to Morro Bay. In fact, we have already started doing this. People are coming back to Morro Bay for the sole reason of coming to our studio. And also the locals who come are therapists, teachers, parents, nurses, people who need self-care so that they can care for others. I've read in some of the correspondence that some people might not value the health and wellness aspect or see the need. Isn't being healthy truly the only important thing in life? Having energy for daily activities, being well rested, having good digestion, deep sleep, a good mood. These basic physiological markers of health are directly related to health and wellness practices that we offer. And so this is what we offer. People are coming from around the county and beyond to invest in their wellness. And in turn, they are investing in the local economy by shopping at local retailers, staying in local hotels. And if we look at current data and see how other cities have done things in the past, like Solana Beach and Encinitas, they have grown their wellness sector in previous decades, and that has in turn boosted their economies substantially. This is really, instead of just a hotel with adding the health and wellness piece at the end there, that's still not going to attract people. The health and wellness needs to be first and foremost. People also, research has shown that wellness travelers in the US spend more per trip than people that are not traveling for wellness. So health, wellness, and increased revenue, it sounds like a win-win-win to me. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my friends. My name's John Novacek, and I am one of the tenants at 781 Market Ave, and we would just like to give the council and the public some updates. As you have seen from previous correspondence, there are many people in our community who value our services and find our business an asset to Morro Bay and the Central Coast and community at large. We encourage you all to stay open to the thoughts and experiences of our local supporters. We understand that some residents think that a new hotel development might bring in a lot of revenue for the city. We value health and wellness, and we know that revenue is important. However, more hotel rooms do not make more occupancy. The real data from the City of Morro Bay's website of the past occupancy rates show that the average fill rate, even over the last 10 years, was only 56%. What the city needs is an attraction, a reason to visit beyond the reasons we already know and love about Morro Bay, nature and seasonal activities. We are not just a yoga studio, we are a growing wellness center that offers an incentive for tourists to come to Morro Bay year-round, and it's already happening. Just go read our Google reviews. If you ask us, health and wellness never goes out of style. Is there anyone here who does not value health and wellness? Okay. Our entire mission is to work together and support everyone. We are a growing light here in Morro Bay, a magnet that inspires people to live their happiest and healthiest life. People come to our studio because it's safe, a loving space, a place where they can rest, rejuvenate, drink tea, and make friends. When you are recovering from something like cancer and your day-to-day seems kind of hopeless, but you know you have this community to come to, how can we even put a dollar amount on that? Well, if you want me to, I guess I can. We have been collecting our own real data, asking people how much they spend when they come to town for a class. Did you get coffee, groceries? Did you buy a gift for a friend? The answer is always yes, yes, yes. People come to our studio for our services, and then they go spend their money at local businesses. We have real data that shows that we helped generate more than $100,000 last year for other businesses, and at our current growth rate, that number will quickly multiply. What we are doing is working, so I'm confused how we could even consider anything else right now. We are here, we're in the building, growth is happening. So I will close with this. We support and want to work with everyone here. We support keeping the parking, we support local businesses, we support all of you. We want to grow, and by supporting our message of health and wellness, we are supporting our future generations to come. Let's all grow together. Peace, love, and happiness to all my friends. Thank you.
Good evening, Betty Winholtz again. I want to support the people that have talked about keeping things low-key, like Mr. Martoni, and even Janice with her concept of a conference center as opposed to a convention center. And I'm wondering if we don't need to take this in terms of the context of the area, because certainly in the last 7 years, I think we're already connecting the ups and the down with the redevelopment of the hotels up on the bluff. People are going back and forth all the time. So I don't know that we really need to connect the two parts of town anymore. I think that's happened. One of the things, if we want to talk about a conference center, the Blue Sail Inn is right there. They have 2 huge empty lots. They already have great, beautiful hotel rooms. Why not encourage them to develop a conference center on one of those empty lots? And then maybe not reserve, but then use this lot either for this business or another business that, again, brings something new to Morro Bay. Why do we have to do the same thing over and over again? And then along with that, you know, Mr. Martini talked about the sewer plant. What's going to happen with that? And I know that hasn't come out of your closed session yet, or whoever's dealing with that. But I think you need to think holistically, not in terms of one piece of property. So how does this one piece of property fit into several things that are being developed simultaneously in the city? Thanks.
Anyone else for public comment on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. There are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. I think, just going to reiterate that we are not being asked tonight to design this project, to discuss bulk and scale, to talk about negotiating any deals. This is just strictly about what we want as far as a RFQ. And, you know, I think that just for council's position that we brought this back with council support, full council support, because we felt that as important as this property is and is key to downtown and looking at things holistically, the deal that was on the table, for lack of, it's late, had been several years. It's been many years, and the comments were, you know, that we have an applicant that is local and was interested, but after 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, you have to question what's changed in the community, what's changed in how we do business since COVID, and the responsibility that this council has taken on to make sure that we're transparent about the things we do. So that's why this is back. We felt it was important to daylight it again, to have this conversation publicly, and move forward to see if the overall ideas of the community are the same, or if there's a change. And I appreciate Janice Peters as a former mayor and Betty as a former council member. I still have the information from when we sold the property in 2010, and we didn't get an elevator because the person went bankrupt, and the city got it back, and we had the property all but sold to the tenant who was in it, and the city council changed, and they determined not to sell it to him, and so for the last 10 years, this has bounced back and forth and back and forth. So, you know, as much as I feel a responsibility, and I think we want to make sure we don't keep doing this, we also felt that we needed to daylight it again. So I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. Comments and direction for staff. Councilmember Ford. Looking to you to lead off.
Sure. So where I'm at right now is that, you know, we've heard from business owners on the Embarcadero, or leaseholders, I should say, and, you know, wanting something that is an anchor, something that brings or elevates and attracts and people to the area. I think it's important that we do consider experience. I've heard that a lot. I think it's important that I think TOT is important. I also think, you know, revenue, sales tax, all those things are really important. We have some big projects possibly on the horizon. If none of them happen, we see that we're going in the red eventually in a few years. So how do we up our revenue? And that comes from getting creative and generating ideas that bring in revenue. So it's a big task. And I do believe, I understand your questions, Mayor Pro Tem Landrum, with how does this bridge it? How can you guarantee that it'll bridge these two areas? I don't think you can ever guarantee something, but I think, again, this always goes back to accessibility. I used to be a tenant in that building. I witnessed a few different people have falls as they were going down Pacific Street, particularly two elderly people that required an ambulance. And that staircase is very, you know, there's a lot of steps. And so I think just working on, I think the importance of whatever this project becomes, that it does take on that Centennial Plaza area, that it does create this attraction from people from above to down below, from down below to up to above, but more importantly, to be accessible so people have a choice and that they don't have to hop into a car or have someone push them on a wheelchair up that steep street. So with saying all that, you know, I want to see something get done. I like said a few words at one of our past meetings. And I appreciate the mayor's words that, you know, we need to get something done and not keep spinning our wheels. Where we are now, do we just blanket, you know, say, okay, let's just go forward with the same RFQ? I think we definitely need a bit of change to that. I do agree with the majority of what's in it, but I do think that we need to consider the experience that we're attracting people to this space for, other than just a place to lay their head and just a place to possibly have an elevator to provide that accessibility. So that's where I'm at right now in my headspace, is that I know we need to move forward with something. I know it needs to be bigger than I think, you know, than piecing it out. I think it needs to be a larger project that is attractive.
Thank you. Councilmember Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think I'm going to try to add a little bit of color to this conversation. I was involved, I think, from 2016 The chamber got involved with, I think we were just kind of co-sponsoring workshops that were a part of this report that staff put together in 2016, and that those workshops were heavily attended. There were over 100 people, I think, throughout the 2 or 3 that we had. And the idea that behind those is it wasn't like many of the workshops that I think people have, maybe negative experience towards, where it's you walk in a room, it's dots on a diagram. These were very, very extensive conversations, discussions, very diverse group of people that were there, from business owners to residents and the like. And so these became plans that we have. We have plans. We have these catalyst sites, this one included, that were identified. There was desire by the community within those workshops to have potentially a conference center. There was a desire to have a connection that's not only physical. I think we're getting kind of caught up in the physical connection, being it, switchback, elevator, or what have you. It's more the connection for an economic development purpose of bringing people up and down from the downtown to the waterfront and back. So it is both a physical link as well as an economic one that was discussed back then. So I am personally just going to say I'm not for having any more workshopping on this. I think there's been enough. As far as the connectivity, I think I've mentioned that. We definitely heard the public. I am hearing tonight some nuances that have come about since that time. And I think there is, look, I come from the wellness and health arena. It's a very important part of my life, and I'm a big proponent of it. So if that's something where we want to kind of add that element to it, I understand. But I think at the end of the day, what we don't have here is a full-service resort, destination experience. We don't have a good operating one. We have the Inn at Morro Bay, but it's been there for years. It's been poorly managed. I'm sorry. It's changed a lot of hands through the years, and it just never rose to that occasion, even though it has lots of the parts of a full-service destination location. And so I am personally seeing that what the staff has presented tonight, all of the work that you did trying to piece this together, knowing that I don't even know if any of you outside of Dana were a part of the staff at the time these discussions happened. But so I am just going to throw it out there as far as what this staff is asking tonight with regard to scope. I would like to see it be the 3 parcels staying together, not separated out, for the reasons that I mentioned and more, because I'm sure we're going to talk some more here, and that it is absolutely taking into account the values and the vision this community has had over the years. So I'm going to leave it there.
Councilmember Burton.
I really appreciate both of the previous speakers and what you brought, the light that you shined on what we have now in terms of the spaces and what we could have. So thank you.
Is it my turn? Let's see. I am personally in favor. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about all of this, but I am in favor of a workshop, and here's why. It's so much in our world and how we do things has changed since COVID, and I feel like that would be short-sighted to not reevaluate that, especially when I hear the numbers, whether it's 54% occupancy, 62%, or 67% occupancy in Morro Bay. I feel like that number is a little telling that it's, well, I mean, I understand that we don't have a full-service, we do have a full-service hotel, but one that's not as desirable as some people would like. And this potentially could be a new one. I just am not sure that that's going to be a reason for people to come to Morro Bay. The current tenants in there have really made me think that, you know, just with their organic success, like other businesses in Morro Bay, that, you know, you just can't control. They just, it takes the spark of that entrepreneur, and they've developed a huge following. And maybe it's something as simple as we just need to create more reasons to come to Morro Bay rather than more hotels, and wait until we have that higher occupancy rate, like get into the 70s, and maybe consider at that time that it's, you know, that then we build a hotel. It seems like we're trying to force something without having all of the right all of the right things, and that's why I would prefer to have more public, you know, a conversation with that, about that.
Thank you. That gave us no response to the staff. Parcels, you're interested in all of them? I'm not interested in closing off the street. I question whether or not that would be considered a gift of public funds at some point. I think the struggle that I had with the project that was presented and in the queue for the last couple years, and for many reasons that it didn't move forward, and I'll own, like I said, our time here, but other councils before us have not done this either. You know, for whatever reasons, they've had these projects there and could have approved them all the way along and didn't. And part of that is because there was 3 applicants, and one of them didn't qualify, and one of them, once they did their evaluations of the project that was accepted by the city, found that it wasn't feasible, because as much as we want a conference center, it's not feasible to somebody who's going to invest, and they're the people who know. And so then it got pushed to the person who was in second place, who then took that project and modified it. But by the time the city made so many exceptions, which is what I was struggling with, that you're, again, gifting public funds in a sense. And to me, community benefits are mutual, not a trade out of a value of the property. In part, maybe yes, but not when it goes so far that, you know, you lose the value of what that is. Connectivity, I agree with. But again, you know, with the proposal that was there, and somebody that sent us a letter talked about something not being monolithic. The visions that I saw were monolithic, and I think that would be a struggle for them to be able to get through. We know how difficult it is with the Coastal Commission and Bluffs. The Harbor Villas that are being built have been in the queue off and on for the last 20 years, and they're just now moving forward. I mean, that's painful for an applicant. I don't want to see somebody be put in that position. The parking lot on Market Street was bought with parking in lieu money, so that money would have to go back into parking in lieu. I know that's specific from my time on council before. And the reason that the property on the Embarcadero owned by the Blue Sail isn't developed is because they bought it specifically so nobody could block their view. And that's why it just sits there. And so, you know, you just struggle with all these things. I think the RFQ needs to be modified, and I appreciate the things Mr. Singwald added. You know, I think that we should look at other options, other things. There needs to be a reason to come to Morro Bay, but this is a piece of property that the city also needs to vision and recognizing revenue from, as far as the challenges with the service business, where there's minimal employees, no TOT, and no sales tax. And so, you know, looking at, one of you talked about where we are going to be in the next couple of years and the challenges, so we need to be conscientious of this moving forward and how we can recognize revenue. So lease or sale, either or? Start with something easy. Yes?
Anything easy. I would be in favor of selling the property. I think that we could take the money and put it into something that would create value as well. And also, being lease, we already have so much responsibility with managing leases and on the Embarcadero, and there is, I think, do we want to add another?
I think part of the component of that was when we talked about the potential of splitting the lots. If you were to take the Embarcadero parking lot and do that as a similar waterfront master lease and did something separate, and that was where we considered whether or not we were trying to bulk all the parcels together or consider somebody putting an option in to do individual parcels. Because when we talked about it before, we talked about allowing that inclusion to see if there was something. Otherwise, we're just doing the exact same thing. And as someone said, we're going to get the exact same results as Mr. Heller said, nothing. Because you're just going to attract the same people. And I hope that we're going to do more of a national search this time and cast a wider net. So
I'm in favor of either option, a lease or a sale, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's what I was
Okay,
asking.
and one of the reasons is because that allows a developer to, not have such a huge expense at the beginning. They can, we would.
Councilman Edwards.
I actually prefer sale over lease, but I'm, open to both. I did want to also add a comment. Maybe this would help from a visual perspective in terms of also what I meant by the linkage of the downtown to the waterfront, was the fact that we most recently worked really hard on the Libertine property there, and the idea of the plaza and the stairwell and that connectivity that goes from downtown straight out to the water and the harbor walk there. So I just kind of wanted to give that visual with also what I was saying to that connectivity between the downtown and the waterfront. I also see this as a property that we can leverage TOT from different buckets. And I was thinking about what Ms. Peters said with regard to a conference center again, and the fact that that was identified. I just recently went to an out-of-state wedding in Wisconsin, and it was a wedding, ironically, overlooking one of their most beautiful lakes. It was at a conference center, and everybody was able to stay on site. Now, granted, it was a big conference center. I kind of want to take us back to the fact that I believe the packaging of this went out as a hotel with a minimum of 50 rooms. So I'm not so sure, that this necessarily to have some or all of these components and to be an experience would necessarily necessitate a huge hotel. And I'm not so sure at that point if Market Street has to be closed. So I'm still confused about that. But so maybe that is a question, actually.
I'll take a shot at answering that. So first, you are correct that the 2018 RFQ specified a minimum of 50 hotel rooms. Whether or not Market Street would have to, or Market Avenue would have to be closed to support that, I think that just depends on which, what the development proposals look like when we receive them. So that's what I can answer at this point.
Thank you.
There's also, the site we're talking about has a hotel across the street from it. And I'm wondering, when we talk about TOT and occupancy, are we biting off our nose to spite our face in buildings, potentially building something that would block the view of that hotel? I don't know. It seems like that's kind of, if we care about, if the whole reason is, one of the reasons to do a hotel is TOT, I think that I feel like more information is needed, more data. But it's not just guaranteed.
Again, this is just about doing the request for proposal. This isn't
Well,
about
if you're-
accepting projects, so we can
Right,
include
if-
that in the scope.
If
So I
you're,
think-
if you're doing a request for qualifications, wouldn't you need to know whether you're doing a hotel or not? Or,
Well, I think that's a given that I'm hearing a majority here want to hear a hotel in the proposal. Is that what I heard? I mean, that's what,
TOT generating
that's what
project.
I heard from them.
I don't know that we have to literally label it hotel. I mean, that makes sense, but it also.
TOT generation.
well, that's why I was saying what I said. I'm just saying my way of looking at it, the way I see it is it's not necessarily a guarantee. And so I realize I'm not in the majority, but I'm sharing my view on that.
I know, I'm just trying to get
Right.
direction there. And then the parcels. And Jen, you had expressed altogether, Councilmember Ford, you had expressed altogether, and you had expressed that you weren't necessarily interested in closing the street, nor am I.
I don't think the street has to be closed either.
Okay, so, and Councilmember Landrum?
Oh, I thought I already said, yeah, no, I don't want this.
Okay, so we're not interested in necessarily a street closure, and the parcels. I mean, I'd be interested in an option to see if there was a development on the waterfront and a development up top versus that monolithic look of what it takes to see. So, I mean, that would leave us some opening flexibility for two projects. Thank you. The things that Mr. Singwald had added to that we want to leave in with the resort type opportunities, and that was on the slide a while ago. I'm not sure where it is. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think just, and I'm just kind of basing this off of my experience at the workshops and since then in looking at this property. I would say, TOT generating, but, I think the original way this went out, I think was almost oddly too broad, but too specific at the same time. I think that what I'm hearing is that a destination resort, something that encompasses but allows for creativity is a good thing. I think that whether or not we add the wellness and health component, I mean, it is a very modern thing. I can tell you it's a component that a lot of people, my husband and myself included, look for. And I've stayed at places like that, and they're a wonderful amenity to have offered, but they're not all of it, so.
Yeah, I think, so the screen's back up there. Are we in line with that?
So as you look at it, so the 2018 RFQ specified a full-service hotel. And so in drafting up this recommendation, we changed language to a TOT generating land use, such as a hotel, retreat, or resort, to make it a little more general to capture another type of TOT generating land use.
Good, thank you. And a national, I mean, I think we can't make that we want to cast a bigger net, otherwise it's just the same thing.
Exactly. Isn't this going to come back to us before that point, before it's,
It would
the
not
net
if we
is
give them,
cast?
they're asking for direction tonight to go out for an RFQ.
So let me, if I may.
That's not how I read
So
it.
I think there are a couple options. So what I initially presented and put in the staff report is after the direction we get tonight, we can bring back a draft RFQ for council consideration.
Perfect.
On the other hand, there is another option. If we get very specific and clear direction and feedback, we could just take that, incorporate it into an RFQ and market that RFQ, depending on, how quickly the council wants to move forward.
I think at this point, there's, one, it's late, and two, I think we just don't have clarity, so perhaps coming back with the RFQ for final council direction might be in the best interest.
Yeah, I think that would
And we'll try and take it as the first item instead of the last item.
That sounds good. I do have one request, I guess, for clarification, or one question. So It sounds like there may be a majority in support of including all 3 parcels, but I also heard an openness to up to 2 different projects on different parcels. So am I hearing, so the RFQ would allow for a developer to propose a project on just one of the
Correct.
parcels?
Correct. No?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if we're doing individual, if we're looking at if we're looking at the potential of somebody building a hotel down on the parking lot versus somebody rehabilitating the project that's up top and doing whatever with it, that may not be the same developer.
I'm actually looking to have all 3 parcels be together for development, resort, destination, what have you, with all the components that we talked about. For sale, preferably for sale.
I for sure, you know, the 2 properties, the one on top, the parking in lieu funds purchase parking lot, if it's possible, because it's been thrown out that it could be a possible gift of public funds, I think we need to have clarification on that.
I think that's the street, not
The street?
not
It's the street, not the
street, not the
okay,
parking lot.
okay.
The
Thank you.
parking lot is
Okay.
in lieu of fee money. It would have to go back into parking.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Laurel?
And I'm with you guys, so.
Well, I'm not with them. We're at 2-2 right now. So,
Well, I am so intrigued with what has been discussed and what's on the screen. I'm interested in seeing that come back with whatever tweaks that you come up with, that we've heard of other places, and then I think from there, we can move forward.
okay. So we'll look at all 3 properties then. That's what I'm hearing. Well, that's what I just heard from her. Did you hear something different? No. Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure if she was saying.
Yeah.
Can I clarify the parking structure? Because I feel like is that included in your potential RFP? Because the one that I have seen that was submitted to us, to me, that's vague, parking structure with public and private. The one that I've seen that was the project that was submitted was mostly a private parking structure. And I feel like that if you're going to ask for a parking structure, obviously the person that's developing it is going to have to supply parking to their customers. But my feeling is that I don't know what that means, I guess. Why do I care if they have a parking structure? They have to have one. So why would we even put that in there? Unless it's for the public too, and then that needs to be more, I think, defined. Right, but the project that we had submitted to us didn't have, it was using this format and it didn't have public parking.
So I'm not, from the previous proposals we looked at before, I'm not sure how many spaces were public versus private. I don't think that was really clearly delineated. I think the point of this language here, though, is to make it clear that, you know, the city expects this parking structure to not be able to replace all of the public parking spaces, but at least provide public parking spaces within the parking structure.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that part of the challenge with the last project that was before us was that there was an idea that the parking would be offset, and it was even commented in one of the letters that came to us by doing angled parking to offset it in Public Works. Mr. Qualick brought that just a few months ago, that the analysis, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Qualick, was that there was actually lost parking by doing angled. Was that correct, Mr. Qualick?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Wicks. That's correct, just with the clarification that the Public Works Department only analyzed angled parking on Pacific. And in all scenarios we looked at, the angled parking resulted in less parking.
And that was through a consultant, correct?
Yes, through a professional traffic engineer.
Thank you. Just for clarification for those who that consideration has been made, because that was where the intent was, that that parking would be offset, and it doesn't work. So, thank you.
I know it's late, but can I ask one question of you, of our council? When it comes to like piecing it out instead of grouping 2 or 3 of the parcels together, do you have concerns about the ask for amenities or additions, or what's it called? But anyway, to improve the Centennial Park?
But that's going to be
How's that?
subjective also, Councilmember Ford, because at what point are we giving away money? You know, in the proposal that was there, it was, I don't remember, 1.8 million, 2 million in trade-outs for a stairway down for connectivity and an elevator. But yet theoretically, if it's one project, they would need it for themselves to connect their project. So why then, you know, I mean, that's subjective of whether that's a community benefit to me or a benefit that the business needs to connect its business. You know, how much is it worth to us? And that's yet to be determined in value. If you have a $2, $3, $4, $5 million piece of property, whatever it is, and you're giving away $2 million of value of it because they're going to build a stairway or an elevator or something. So I think that's going to have to be addressed when the project comes back. You know, to what extent, and what is that benefit to that project versus to the community as a whole? And we're dealing with that already with the waterfront project. So yeah, quickly, so we can get out of here because it's way late.
Mr. Singwell, one more question. With the DWSP, those guidelines are still in place, right? So the developer would be able to see the desires that the community had, as well as for that area. I mean, those design guidelines are there for a purpose.
Yes.
Right? Thank you.
Future agenda?
I would like to ask council to consider, it may be popular or unpopular as I say this, but I want to consider the board, the PWAB, sorry, the Public Works Advisory Board, consideration of taking it from 7 members down to 5.
We're actually bringing an item.
Oh, we are? Okay. Cool.
Thank you. We're already bringing an item.
Done.
Thank you. That we're adjourned.